December the 17th, 2020. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of That's What G Said podcast. And hey, it's the holiday season. We're actually going to have 2 episodes of That's What G Said coming out, basically back to back. We have so much content and so much to cover this week that we couldn't even fit it all into one show. On this episode of That's What G Said, we're going to talk some NBA with Dave Handeland, who is the radio play-by-play statistician for the Minnesota Timberwolves. And we spend almost 2 hours going over every single team, all of the players in the rotation. So we mentioned 10 to 11 players on every NBA team, the major storylines, everything that happened in the offseason. If you were missing some of the news, if you didn't know all the player movement, this is going to be great. Tune that on in the background, and you're going to hear about every single team and what their roster looks like this year. Also going to talk some Remington Park with Craig Milkowski. It's the Springboard Mile on Friday night. Craig Milkowski from Timeform US joins me. We talk about all 6 of the stakes races from Remington. Then we have an interview with Brian Howard from Stable Duel, who works at marketing over at Stable Duel, and we talk about the weekend schedule coming up and some big news that there are going to be a bunch of free Stable Duel games next week. So everything for the weekend. Brian actually gives us a couple horses that he likes in a contest to play on Saturday at Gulfstream Park. I'm going to give you a few horses to play at Saturday at Gulfstream Park. Then we talk Mandalorian with Darin Zoccali. We're going to recap Season 2, Episode 7. We go through everything that happened. We spend about half an hour, 40 minutes or so, talking everything, spoiler alert, in Mandalorian. And then a longtime buddy, David REA, is going to join me to talk Salinas, anything for Salinas. We talk about the new show on Netflix, Selena. We compare it to the movie, talk about some of our favorite scenes, some things we liked about the show, some things we didn't like about the show. David and his family always had Selena on when I would go over their house, so I said, David, we have to talk Selena. Do the washing machine como la flor. Okay, I better stop singing because I can do a whole 2-hour podcast on me singing Selena right now. One thing I will ask of you, holiday season, if you can, if you're looking for some gifts or if you have any opportunity to support some of the sponsors of That's What G Said podcast, I would be very, very grateful because they are the people, they are the companies, they are the reason why we're able to do this. And, we'll start with Thrive Fantasy. Remember when you use that promo code GINO and you download the Thrive Fantasy app, you're going to get an instant credit in your account when you deposit between $20 and $50. Thrive Fantasy. I'm going to be bringing on a new sponsor. Very happy with DRF because, me, when I'm playing the races, I'm using the daily racing form, drf.com, and we're going to let you know about their new mobile and how awesome it is and how it's been optimized to make it really easy to handicap the races on your phone. Over at oldsmokeclothing.com, when you use the promo code GINO, it'll get you free shipping on your order. Really good stuff right now if you're looking for a Christmas gift. Don't forget about Stable Duel. We're always talking about Stable Duel and the contest there. Go right now, download the app, and create a stable and get involved in some of these awesome daily horse racing contests. Our friends over at Sarah Candles, Tyler Herringer with Sarah Candles, CERA Candles.com. When you use the promo code GINO, it gets you 10% off your purchase. And then Cindy Carava, full-service realtor. Cindy's been with us from the very beginning. The website, cindycarava.com. She can help you out with anything you need, or if you just need a free market analysis of your home. So if you ever, maybe it's not right now, but if you can, jot their names down, and maybe if it's in a week or a month or a couple months down the line, if you need something in real estate, give Cindy a call. Or if you're looking for some candles or a gift, why not try Sarah Candles? Or when you're thinking about playing some fantasy or some horse racing contest, give one of these a look. DRF for your past performances. Give a look to the sponsors of That's What G Said. They've helped us out a lot here throughout the year and a half now. We're coming up on year 2 almost of That's What G Said. So let's get right into our first interview, NBA with Dave Handeland. We're going to go through every single team. We start in the East, go through everyone, and then we flip on over and we head to the West. So enjoy this very lengthy, thorough, in-depth NBA preview. This is our first real delve into the 2020-2021 NBA season. We've sort of talked about some of the off-season stuff, but the off-season and the preseason all just kind of merged into one altogether in an NBA season really unlike any that we've seen before. Very excited to have joining us. You've heard him come on and talk some Canterbury with us before, but he's going to talk some NBA because this is the radio play-by-play statistician for the T-Wolves. We're talking about Dave Handeland, back to talk some sports with us. Dave, how you been, buddy?
I'm good, making the transition from the ponies to the old basketball right now. So
I know.
I'm loving it. I'm a NBA junkie. So I know there's always the people who debate the college basketball versus pro basketball, and I've made that. I'm fully immersed in the NBA basketball. I love the NBA season, and beginning of the season, everybody has a chance. Gino,
they do. It's hope, right? It's hope for everybody. And that's what's so fun. And Dave, we have a ton to talk about this year because, well, first of all, everybody's moved teams. There are so many different players on different teams from just a couple months ago. Two, we're coming off a basketball season where there was a huge interruption in the season. It picked back up, and then when it did, only 2/3 of the league actually started playing again. And some of the teams like the Lakers and the Heat who played all the way in the finals, they've only had 2 months off right now. So it's going to be really interesting to see who and how does that affect, right? Are the teams that played more recently going to still be like in a little better basketball shape? Are the teams that have been off for a while going to be a little fresher? It's just going to be a really crazy dynamic this year.
It is. Everybody's not going to have the same, like you said, everybody's not going to have the same off season. Like, using my team, the Timberwolves, as an example, like they were done mid-March and then kind of waited to see what was going to go on and then kind of all went their separate ways. And Karl Anthony Towns got injured. So it's like he hasn't played a basketball game for 300 days leading into the season. Yeah. And Anthony Edwards and the college kids, like these guys just haven't played games where compared to these other, I'd say 20 teams that were in the bubble, they kind of stayed in shape and never got fully away from basketball, and they had their month and a half off, and now they're right back at it again. It's just a wild dynamic in a crazy 2020.
Okay, so let's and then one more little just kind of big picture thing to talk about is that we were playing last season in a bubble, and right now we've seen just everything going on in the world, in the United States in particular, with cases rising all over. It would be sort of, I guess it's going to be inevitable that teams are going to have COVID issues is probably the best way to say it, right? We've seen it in all the sports. Baseball, they've popped up. Football, they've popped up. For the most part, most teams have done a pretty good job with them, and the leagues have done a pretty good job overall. We've seen some football situations that weren't very pretty, for the poor Broncos and a couple teams. But there are going to be teams, and it'll be, I guess, fascinating to see how that's handled, right? If a team with a small roster like this, if you have 4 or 5 players that test positive, what's going to happen?
Oh, and if you have 4 or 5 players that test positive, outbreaks are likely going to happen, even though there's vaccine and whatever's going to be done, and as secluded as the players can be, there's going to be stuff that pops up. And is it going to be your star player? Is Giannis going to be out for 2 weeks who would by chance catch it in that 2 week span? How does their schedule line up? Are they playing Philadelphia twice in that 2 week span, or how is that going to work? It's going to be crazy in that sense. One thing I'm getting, since we've had 2 Wolves preseason games, and I'll be interested to see if the rest of the NBA is like this, Gino, is in the bubble. That was, I believe they used 2 arenas down there, and they were both very tailor-made to the television experience, I guess, where you saw the screens all around it, and it didn't seem like an overly big environment because they built it up to look really sexy on TV.
Yep. An intimate kind of,
An intimate. Where now that the NBA is returning, these teams are all going back to their regular arenas, and you kind of lose that, I don't know, the little cave that it was, or the intense environment.
It's just weird, to be honest. It's weird.
It's
you see a big
weird.
empty arena with these players that we've never seen, with no fans, with no anything. We, like you said, you didn't notice it the way it was in the bubble as much. And they were doing the stuff with the video boards, with the fans. And then actually towards the second and third rounds of the playoffs, they actually had some family and like fans in there. So in a small area with some people just reacting, it didn't really feel that off. This is different. It definitely looks different, and it's going to take a little getting used to.
Yes, I think that's for sure. And I think I underestimated that as we were coming back. And then seeing it firsthand, it was like, all right, this, like, every team's gonna be dealing with it. It's not like the NFL where the Dallas Cowboys can have 30,000 fans and Minnesota still has no fans allowed at games. Like, every NBA team is going to be in the same boat here of no fans, and it's going to be, all right, how is your team able and your coaching staff able to fire up the players to get them into it, to be able to play under a certain environment? Because there's going to be teams probably who can't handle it. It's going to be It's going to be different. You have to have the right veteran leadership that pushes the buttons and gets the guys going. It's like we all watched the Michael Jordan documentary over the whole break, and it was all, look at the fire that he had and pushed everybody. It's all right, which teams have the player to kind of push everybody and get them going?
Okay, that's a great tie-in as we'll start in the Eastern Conference, because I've kind of we'll go through the teams sort of how I feel that maybe they're tiered all the way down, and maybe how they have an opportunity to finish. And we're going to start with some big news. You and I are recording this on Tuesday afternoon, and the news just came down earlier this morning, a couple hours ago, that Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to sign an extension to stay in Milwaukee. So they made some big moves, and they tried to do everything they could over the offseason to keep him. And it looks like he's going to be locked in now for a while, which is, I love this in a time and age when there's a lot of player movement around. I like when someone who wants to stay where they are and wants to try to win there and not move around, because I've experienced it on both ends. I was with a Laker fan. I saw Kobe, stay all the way through in the ups and downs, and then I've seen recently, LeBron and AD fleeing from places to LA to help us win. So big news there, Dave. But we got Giannis, Middleton. They made the trade for Drew Holiday, Brooke Lopez. They've got Bobby Portis, Nick Stauskas, Augustine, Torrey Craig, Bryn Forbes, DiVincenzo, Pat Connaughton. So some moves in like the middle part of their bench. The big move for them was Drew, but honestly, everything was revolving around, could they keep Giannis? And it looks like by bringing in Drew Holiday, they were able to make Giannis feel very confident.
Yeah, that was the talking point. Teams were all projecting their lineups for next season, or trying to figure out the salary cap season in case Giannis got out there so they could make their move at him. And now that's effectively off the table, and a lot of teams now have to start working on plan B for 2021 season. But the Drew Holiday trade, when that went on, like, that he was going to be the hot trade chip this last off season. The Bucks getting him, like, numbers wise, it's he and Bledsoe are kind of similar in trade off, but it's more of the, all right, what can this guy do in the postseason? Bledsoe had his struggles in the postseason, so Holiday on both ends of the court is going to be another guy that can roll with Giannis, and with Middleton's a all-star as well, but now you've got 3 all-stars in there.
Yeah,
they're going to have to hit on their stuff, because one thing they did to get Holiday is they traded so many draft picks along
their future.
That all of like those pieces, like, that's going to hamstring them for what they can do in the future. So it's got to work. Otherwise they're in trouble. We saw that they tried to sign Bogdanovic from Sacramento, and then that kind of backfired with whole chicken before the egg, I think, on some of that. And so here they are, but it's with Milwaukee. That's a great roster. With Giannis, everything's got a chance. Giannis is he's a fiery player, and even though they struggled in the bubble, they just never really got going down there.
Yeah, I think they didn't. They never looked good.
No,
they looked like a completely different team that was like historic. Their point differential was going to be one of the best ever before the bubble. And then right towards the end, when Giannis was banged up a little bit, and then they had that little bad stretch where they played the Lakers and a couple other teams, and they didn't play well. They just, like you said, they never got into it. They never looked good the whole bubble at all. And new season, new start. You have to imagine, like you said, with Giannis, you're always going to be there. It's going to be him, I think, too. Like, Drew will help him, but Giannis has to kind of continue to take the step two. He has to get a little better shooting free throws. He's got to make that perimeter game. He doesn't have to be awesome from three, but just good enough to keep you honest here and there. He has to continue to progress, but it feels like he's got a little bit better top tier help this year than he did last year.
Yeah, and with the Drew Holiday, one of the knocks here, and Giannis is at the end of the game when you need a hoop, like the stuff that Giannis does the first 42 minutes of the game doesn't necessarily always work at the end with the defenses clamping down and how they defend him. So now you can run that with Holiday, run their offense through him, and
exactly
use him as the focal point, and then Giannis becomes probably the best number 2 player ever in the league at that point.
Posting up or on lobs or just off the ball is going to make it, as long as you take the ball out of his hands a little bit, and that's going to help him quite a bit, I think, too. So just keeping him fresh there, as Milwaukee's going to be really tough. I mean, it's tough not to be impressed with what Miami did last year. I gained a lot of respect for them, Dave, battling them in the finals, in particular Jimmy Butler, as I knock all my pens over. Jimmy Butler kind of raised to me where he stood in the pecking order in the NBA last year, showing that he could go toe-to-toe. He could really carry a team into big games and do that. And they made a couple changes to their roster, but a key for them was locking down Bam Adebayo long-term. So you'll have Jimmy Butler and Bam. Dragic is back. Hero and Duncan Robinson, 2 guys they expect to continue to step forward. You got Iguodala. They brought in Mo Harkless and Avery Bradley. You add that with Kendrick Nunn, Myers Leonard, Olynyk, and then Precious Achiuwa, their youngster that they drafted. So I'd imagine they're going to be, a top 3 or 4 team again out in the East.
I would think for sure with them. Like, Eric Spoelstra is one of the best coaches in the NBA, and he kind of got overlooked when the whole big 3 was down there. Just because, all right, well, you've got LeBron, so what are you doing? But it was like, all right, to be able to handle those personalities and handle that playing time and the rest of the pieces that they would bring in. So, like, this whole Miami thing, when Jimmy went there last year, I was kind of skeptical on how's this going to look. Like, he says he's trying to play for championships, but is this a championship worthy roster? I don't know. I don't think so. And them versus Milwaukee was a tale of 2 different teams in the bubble, where Milwaukee folded in the bubble and it just didn't work. Where Miami, like, they literally became just hellions down there and just running through teams in the playoffs. Like, they took on Jimmy Butler was the main personality, and they all followed that lead, and it worked like crazy. Where Tyler Hero became unstoppable. Duncan Robinson did his thing, and
So where do you stand overall on Jimmy as someone who, being with the Timberwolves, you like Jimmy, or you never know when you're it's like an ex-teammate. Where do you what was your experience with Butler?
Jimmy, he's got that personality, and he's all out to win, love him or hate him, and he's going to push some buttons wrong. But after kind of what happened in Miami here, it's tough to argue with the results that he got. Is his personality going to clash with people? Yes, it's going to clash with people just with how it is. And does that make it right or wrong? Not really, but you have to make sure that if you've got him at that, you've got teammates around him, that everybody's in it on the same path as he is. So what he did with that roster, I was blown away. I think in the first round they played Indiana, and I thought, Indiana can take Miami down in the first round. Miami's not that great, and they just Miami waxed Indiana, and then versus Milwaukee in the second round, same thing. It was crazy. I have a lot of basketball respect for Jimmy Butler on that for what he did. And when he was here in Minnesota, the year he got injured probably 2/3 of the way through the year, or halfway through the year. In Minnesota at that point was 3rd in the West,
you guys were good
in the loaded West, and then kind of fell into that whole 6, 7, 8 area near the end of the season. But as they without Jimmy, they struggled a bit. But then he came back to the playoffs, and he was still not fully healthy. But it was a shame it ended the way it did. Where then into year 2 after the big practice and off season, then he was traded off to Philadelphia.
We get to a team that, I think is it's still probably not quite deep enough, but they took steps forward last year. That was Boston, and they're another team that's well coached, but it feels like they might just be a piece away. Now, if Tatum and Jaylen Brown can continue to progress, who knows how good they can be. But we're talking about the Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum, with Jaylen Brown, Kemba Walker, who's banged up. Probably won't see him till January. Marcus Smart, Daniel Tice. They did bring in Tristan Thompson to help them get a little bit of size. They have Jeff Teague, who helps them with a little bit of depth. Robert Williams. But the question for them is, the guys like Robert Williams, Semi Ojeleye, Grant Williams, Carson Edwards, Romeo Langford. They've stacked all these picks to get a lot of these late first round picks, and not very many of them. Their top tier picks have done well, but their lower first round picks haven't done much. They haven't even given them rotation players. So they're another one who, if Tatum just is as good as he was in the bubble and can progress at all. Jaylen Brown was excellent. Marcus Smart. Those are kind of the heart of this team. Losing Hayward, who knows, is that going to hurt help? It does take away one of the better players on a team that wasn't deep. So even if you're not a Hayward guy and he was hurt and this and that and maybe overpaid, this team is not that deep. They probably could have used another body like that. Where do you stand with Boston?
Nope, I agree with that. And they're one team, especially with Kemba out here. He's going to be out, I believe, into probably mid-January, late January. If like Jaylen or Tatum go down, or if they get injured or sick or anything and they miss 2 weeks, you look at that starting lineup with Jeff Teague and Marcus Smart, and then Tatum and Brown along with Tristan Thompson. That's a team that's going to be a little bit offensively challenged, trying to find that number 2 scorer, because Tatum is clearly your A there, and Jaylen Brown is a heck of a number 2. But if one of those goes down, then I don't know.
Yep. When everyone
you can't
has
count
to,
on Marcus Smart really to Marcus Smart gets points, but he's not really a scorer.
It's a great point. It's like when you're slotted in, when they're all slotted into their perfect roles, they can beat anybody. Right, with a healthy Kemba, with Jaylen there, with Tatum there as your ones, when they're all slotted, and then that would give them Tice probably off of the bench, and that's good enough. But they have no margin for error, almost none. And so without Kemba early, they're going to have to really lean on Tatum, and we'll see if he's ready to take that next step. But they're still a playoff team. As is, they're probably, to me, more like the middle, because we have a couple teams with some major question marks that we're going to start talking about next as we move from Boston on to Brooklyn. The Brooklyn Nets, who they made their big splash not this offseason, Dave, but it was actually 2 off seasons ago when they signed Durant, actually traded for Durant, even with Durant being injured. So they're going to have Kevin Durant playing his first basketball in a while, Kyrie Irving playing his first basketball in a while, DeAndre Jordan, Spencer Dinwiddie, Joe Harris, Karis LeVert, Jared Allen, Jeff Green, Taurean Prince, Landry Shamet is most of their rotation. Steve Nash going to be the head coach for the Nets. So you have a brand new head coach. You have a couple players coming off of injuries. You have Kyrie, who's a little bit of a head case. I don't know if this is going to work, but this could definitely be a very good reality show.
Oh, a heck of a reality show. And the one thing, the whole reality show could get completely blown up in like 2 weeks. Right? With,
I know.
Like, potentially if Harden, like it's a heck of a roster, and it's the personalities on this with Kyrie and Durant. Like, they both can be a little bit salty at times. And how they're going to get along is going to be something to watch on the court and see how that whole clash goes on. But like, I love Spencer Dinwiddie, like, for a guy who earned his shot. And
he's great. Karis LeVert is really good. He's really good. Joe Harris is a very sort of underrated player. That's exactly what you need. He'll play some defense. He can guard multiple positions and some wings, and he'll hit the 3 for you. He's a great fit on this team too, around Kyrie and around Durant. The questions and the issues, though, are just there. It's just so many question marks with those two guys, right? Like, how do we know what version of Durant we're going to see in a month from now when they have to play a stretch of games, a couple back-to-backs, and he's got to play some defense against a big man. They're saying he's going to play some 5. I think Durant will be okay, or maybe is close to his old self on the offensive end. I just worry on the defensive end with the injuries. It's not easy to try to keep up and move laterally with defend the other best. So major question marks for this team. I don't know if you saw this the other night, Dave, and I don't even know if they were joking or not, but Kyrie and Durant were doing an Instagram live thing where they were talking to each other and sort of like answering questions from people. And Kyrie started telling Durant how he wants to post up all the time. And Durant was like, I don't know about that, and he was like, yeah, maybe we get like 8 posts up. And if they were acting and just playing it off, Durant was a phenomenal actor. He's a lot better than that movie he was in before Thunderstruck. I'll tell you that. But so I was laughing at this. I was like, "There's no way this is already starting before the season. Like they're already arguing about their offense on social media." So if it was a trick, they duped me and a lot of other people, and they are phenomenal actors. It felt just like I think something's gonna blow there at some point. I really do.
It's all there for it to have those opportunities. And Steve Nash, it's going to be a heck of a job for his first coaching gig. Even though we saw Steve Kerr kind of go into the same situation, maybe not with the personalities of this, but I guess he had Draymond. That Steve Kerr walked into that Golden State situation, not ever coaching, and look what happened there. And maybe Steve Nash can do the same thing here. But Durant, in the preseason, he it looks like he's moving all right. But yeah, we'll see how it is. Like what you said, like when games start stacking on top of each other, how is that legs doing? Because I think that was it 580 days. I think is his break.
Yep.
Which is it's a long time for one of the top 5 NBA players to be out. Like that's it's a long time. And
it's just question marks, right? With nowadays with medicine and what we know about our bodies and stuff, we've seen players recover, but you just don't know. It's a case by case basis, right? And so yeah, like him being good and them being good would be fun for the league because there would just be a lot of storylines, and Kyrie, like you said, just the personalities there would be a lot of fun. As we go to a team who's sort of the opposite, they're just kind of really steady. In Toronto, they lost some players this year in Serge and in Marc Gasol, and that's definitely going to hurt their roster a little bit. But I think for Toronto, there are a few teams, and we see this happen a lot in the NBA, Dave, when you just kind of sort of make a decision that, okay, we're going to go all in on a couple players. And I think with Toronto, it's Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, and Fred VanVleet. Those feel like the guys they want to carry their franchise for the foreseeable future. You throw them with one of the best leaders in the league in Kyle Lowry. You got Aaron Baines to help fill some of the void of the size that they lost. And Norman Powell was really good last year. Patrick McCaw, Alex Len, Chris Boucher, a couple others. But, you look at that little maybe even throw in Norm Powell in there. You got OG, who's 23, Pascal, who's 26, Van Fleet is 26, and Norman Powell is 27. I feel like that's going to be this group of Raptors for a while. And if those guys are all healthy, they all play good defense. They're all smart players. They're well coached. Like they're going to be a perennial contender. But they all do have to improve.
They all have to improve, and this is another one of those teams that just has to stay healthy.
They're not deep enough.
A lot of these guys have spent time, like Van Vliet and OG Anunoby, like these guys came from the bench and now have risen up and became starters, and they're legit starters. But they've lost a lot of that depth that they had that they could count on. Where like Kyle Lowry, like it looked like 2 years ago that all right, maybe he's going into the twilight of his career potentially, and now that they're going to depend on Kyle Lowry to stay healthy in this 72-game season.
A guy like Gasol, he just makes things easier for everybody. He's such a good passer. He opens lanes for people. He gets guys open shots. Siakam cutting, OG an easy look here. You take him out of the mix, Serge out of the mix, who's also going to draw some attention there. And Baines is a fine big man who's versatile, can play some defense. But you're losing 2 really key pieces from a team that's been good the last couple of years. So yeah, I feel sort of like you said with Boston, they kind of feel like the same with me. Is like, man, if like Pascal got hurt or if Van Fleet got hurt for a little while, do they have the type of depth to sustain it?
And like, we should probably trust Nick Nurse for what he's done in the 2 years there, but that he'll be able to figure out a solution in case something like that happens. But like, yeah, Siakam, 2 years ago with Kawhi, he kind of made that huge jump, and then last year at the beginning of the year made kind of a jump again, and then it seemed to level out a bit. So, all right, where does his progression go? Does he has another step to go above it, where he becomes a 28 and 11 guy?
And like mentally, let's be honest, he lost the series for them. It was almost like he was getting sort of the yips. He was turning the ball over. He was just like badly missing layups. I mean, he was not close on threes in that entire series against Boston. And he, sometimes players, like anything, they internalize it. You struggle, you come back, you work hard the next year, you're awesome. Other times, it's one of those things that it'll stick with you for a little while, knowing that you might have been the reason, especially when it wasn't that long ago. So yeah, there's just a lot of cool variables this year heading into this season. And the Toronto Raptors are a well-coached team, like you said. I sort of trust Nurse to figure it out, but they do need to continue to progress. They can't really stand pat because their hopes are now built on Siakam getting better, OG getting better, Van Fleet continuing to get better. As we move to, Atlanta, holy crap, Dave. Like, this team is so much different than they were last year. And what is fascinating about Atlanta's roster is we really don't know how it's going to stack up from who is starting, who's coming off the bench, where are can they find playing time for all these guys? We've got Trae Young, Bogdanovich ends up here, DeAndre Hunter, John Collins, Clint Capella. You now got Rondo over there, Kevin Huerter. You got Cam Reddish, Gallinari. They drafted Okongwu from USC. They also have Chris Dunn. So I'm sort of fascinated to see how this team is going to play itself out. Like, who's going to get the playing time? Who's going to be what are the rotations going to look like? It's interesting. No doubt about it. You sort of have two guys in the Bogdanovich and Gallinari who are kind of, I don't want to say they're the same, but they do a lot of similar things for you.
Oh, the two teams we just covered, Toronto and Boston, we kind of brought up, all right, their bench is weak. Where this is a team that they maybe didn't bring any high-end starters, but their bench has been completely revamped. And They now have a 10 or 11 person shell of a lineup that, all right, these guys can be interchangeable and plug them in. When they signed Gallinari, I just kind of assumed, all right, he's going to be their starting three and Bogdanovich is going to be their starting shooting guard. Well, looking at the box scores from their first preseason games, and yes, we shouldn't read into a lot of preseason games. Teams are they're trying to figure things out and seeing how bodies work together. Well, they weren't starting those guys. Those guys were both coming off the bench, and I was kind of blown away that they still stayed with the Trae Young, Huerter, DeAndre Hunter, John Collins, Capella starting lineup. And I was like, wow, I can't believe their two $20 million a year acquisitions are both going to be off the bench, but that was what they were doing. But they're a team. So they got, Trae Young offensively, and then we'll see how Rondo does in these situations. He was great with LA last year, and then now going to Atlanta, and with him and Chris Dunn, you're going to have if they decide to play those guys together, you're going to have one hell of a defensive backcourt. They can both clamp down and play. But
and I got to be honest too. Rondo was amazing in the playoffs. For the 2 years before that, he was bad. He was bad. He as Laker fans, we thought he was done. We would groan anytime he got into the game. We would scream for Caruso or somebody else besides Rondo. And then he really did flip a playoff Rondo switch that is unbelievable. I could not believe somebody who just seemed like he was so checked out and didn't care as much playing defense and stuff throughout stretches could be that good in those moments. And so I'll always love Rondo for that. I don't know which version of him you're going to get, and you don't really need. That's the thing. He's there to help kind of sort of mentor Trae Young and be a backup when you need. So you don't need 25-minute a game Rondo here. You just need a serviceable backup off the bench when he comes in. This is one of the most interesting teams in the league to me this year. I'm really, really, like you said, just by looking at their box score in the preseason and who's playing, I'm going to be so curious to see how they divvy these minutes out. And if they can figure something out man, like you said, just compare this roster to two teams that we think are going to be better than them because they probably have more top level talent in Boston and Toronto. But I'm sure Boston and Toronto would like a couple of these like 7th, 8th, and 9th guys off the Atlanta bench for their team.
Yeah, I think for sure. And this is going to be a team that, who knows, maybe they find themselves in a trade scenario where, all right, they can make a 2-for-1 trade and
100%.
try to get a little more star power because they do have guys that they can put along and try to piece together what a team needs because they have a potpourri. They have got wings, they've got guards, they've got
youngsters, veterans,
they've got draft picks, they've got everything that they can do to maneuver around, and
bigs, like three like legit bigs. Then they've got some of the bigs that you can use as stretch, bigs if you need. Like, yeah, they're a really well built team again for them, and like for a lot of these teams. When you can tell they circle the player on their team and okay, this is the guy, sort of like what Boston did with Tatum and Brown, and what we just said Toronto's done with their 2 or 3 guys, and now what they're doing with Trae Young, saying, okay, he is going to be our guy. We've built all around him. If he can become an all-star and like a perennial all-star and become one of the better point guards in the league, they're not going to be a lot more years for excuses for them. You're going to get a year or two with these young group where you could, but we're going to have to see Trae step forward. And I like this roster. Atlanta's a team I'm going to be trying to watch a lot of their games this year as we move on to the Washington Wizards, who made a big splash. They made the traded John Wall. They bring in Russell Westbrook immediately. They said the practices, Westbrook, the tempo is different. He's, it picked up everyone's level of play, and now you add Westbrook to Bradley Beal, Davis Bertrands, who they signed a big deal to. They bring in Robin Lopez, Rui Hachimura will be in his second season, Mo Wagner, Thomas Bryant, a couple of former Lakers who are actually pretty solid big men, Ish Smith, Jerome Robinson, and Denny Avdia, who actually looked pretty good from the things that I've seen from him too in short limited minutes in the preseason. So the Wizards with Westbrook coming in, a Westbrook who last year for stretches of the year, he was incredible. His scoring in the paint was good. He stopped shooting threes and was sort of playing this weird almost center-like position on the Rockets. And the thing about Westbrook is love him or hate him, the guy is going to give you everything he's got. He really is. And that's sort of the detriment to him because he's just kind of got one speed. He can't turn himself down just a few notches. And sometimes that's what hurts him as a teammate and what hurts his teams. But, as a fan, when you're rooting for him, you like players like this because he tries his ass off. He really does.
Oh, he goes hard, and he's one of those guys in these 20,000 seat arenas when there's no fans. Like, Westbrook can fire himself up. He can figure out a way to get himself pissed off and create your own battle. And I guess we all kind of missed it of where potential Westbrook places could land, like with Scott Brooks, his coach at Oklahoma City, who's now in Washington. Like, if there's going to be a coach that can get through to Westbrook and make sure that they're on the same page, it's probably Scott Brooks. So, yeah, that backcourt with Westbrook and Beal, like, I don't know, like, for shooters around him, like, I don't know if Westbrook's had a shooter. Like, Harden can shoot, but that's kind of more on his terms, where Westbrook, like, a drive and kick partner for him being able to kick it out to Bradley Beal, that's going to be
Beal
one type of weapon. If he
could lead the league in scoring. Beal could lead the league in scoring because, I was reading into some of the things too. Like, there's a common, like, I'm actually not as hard on Westbrook. The problem with Westbrook in this day and age is just his contract. It's like he makes so much money that, like, if you wanted to bring him in somewhere, you're having to gut your team because he's in the $40+ million range. But as a player overall, he's kind of gone from, like, he a little bit overrated to, I think, a little bit underrated now, and people think that, oh, Westbrook, but if you look at some of the players that he's played with, he's played with Harden, he's played with Durant, he's played with high scorers a lot. I think Beal has an opportunity to really, really just find himself even more open. And Beal was excited for this because him and John Wall are buddies, but it was just time. Wall was having struggles there. He just couldn't get healthy. It's a fresh change for both of these guys. And, yeah, I don't mind this team a whole lot. I think they're a playoff team in the East.
I'm with you. I think they can make it there. And yeah, Avija Denny, he was. I think one of the knocks on him was shooting potentially of how it was going to be, and then I think the other night he was 3 for 3 from deep. So
Yeah.
hey, I'll take a chance with that. Like they're going to be a fun, interesting team, and they tried every other combination around Wall and Beal, and nothing had really clicked. So all right, well let's break those two up and bring in Westbrook and see how it goes. So they're trying, right? Like
what's great about this East is we move through it. I mean, like after honestly, like Milwaukee and Miami, like they feel pretty steady, and then everybody else. I mean, they have some top tier rosters, some really good talent, but we have so many questions about all of these teams. Another one we move to is, Indiana, the Pacers, and like what version of Oladipo are we going to get? How healthy is he? How much does he want to be here? With all the rumors of trades, and he wanted to leave, but he ends up still here. They couldn't get deals done. You have Oladipo, Miles Turner, TJ Warren. If Sabonis is healthy, I mean, he's really good. He's excellent. Malcolm Brogdon, people forget. I mean, that guy is legitimate. He's like a borderline all-star, can play both ways. You have Jeremy Lamb, Aaron Holiday, Justin Holiday. This is, like you said, they're just one of those teams that's always there. They always seem to overachieve a little bit in the season and then underachieve a little bit in the playoffs. But it's, what version of Oladipo are we getting? Are we going to get the all-NBA guy that was a legitimate MVP candidate a few years ago? Are we going to get the guy who hasn't seemed that way the last couple times we've seen him on the court?
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like they were between Oladipo and Miles Turner. Those are two guys that kind of floated around in potential trades around the draft time and throughout the short off season. This seems like a team that, I don't know, that maybe gets in the team's head a little bit.
I agree.
Where we said some teams could make the progress. Like if Atlanta's going to get in,
somebody's getting
get
out.
In, somebody has to drop. This looks like a team that potentially could drop, especially with what they end up doing or how the Oladipo, granted he's in a contract year and he's going to try to play to get where he needs to get financially and professionally. But this seems like a team that could make a little bit of a drop down. They like you said, Sabonis is a hell of a player. The one thing they don't really have is they don't have any star youth. They've got Sabonis, but all right, who are those rookies or first year players that you have kind of all right, this guy coming down the pipeline is somebody we can look to, and I just don't see that on their roster right now, which is a little bit of NBA gray area when you
they're right in the middle, like they're where you don't want to be. I agree. They're kind of where you don't want to be. Like they don't feel like they have anybody that's going to be a top 10 player on their team, and they don't. Yeah. And they're always sort of in the middle, so they don't have, if they don't get a good pick, this might be a year to try to maybe you make a move or two. Hey, Oladipo didn't really want to be here. Turner didn't want to be here. If the season doesn't start off well, you move those guys and you sort of tank and you worry about, can we get someone, a major piece to maybe a future franchise player, and then we can pair them with Sabonis and Brogdon, and now you're starting to get a semblance of a foundation. Yeah, that's what I feel like. I'm cold on them a little this year. As we move on to the Pistons, this was a team that people were really scratching their head about some of the moves they made in the offseason. They sort of stacked a lot of bigs, but you look at the roster and it's kind of just it's a weird roster. Again, it's like, oh wait, Blake Griffin's still playing. Blake Griffin, Derrick Rose. They brought in Jeremy Grant for $20 million a year. DeLon Wright, Killian Hayes is the youngster they're very high on. They drafted Mason Plumlee, Doumbaya, Jahlil Okafor, Josh Jackson, Svi Mikhailuk, and Wayne Ellington. A couple shooters there, but I don't know. I can't trust Blake really at this point. I think when he has to be the guy, Blake might be served nicely in a place where he could go to like a Golden State or I don't know, somewhere where he could be with a couple other players and not need to be counted on and dependent on a whole bunch. I just don't know if he can hold up anymore.
Yeah, he's one. He could be moved. This is another. Yeah, Jeremy Grant was offered the same money apparently with Detroit as he was in Denver, but I think the whole thought there was it was just going to be a little bit bigger of an offensive role. So we'll see how he adapts to that. Killian Hayes is, in doing my research, Killian Hayes looks to be the only, other than, I guess, James Wiseman is going to be out right away, I think with maybe some COVID issues. But Killian Hayes, I believe, is going to be the only rookie selected in the top 10 of the draft this year that's a starter on opening night.
Wow. Yeah.
Everybody else going through kind of the list, like Anthony Edwards is coming off the bench. Manoa Ball's coming off the bench. Patrick Williams is coming off the bench. Isaac Okuro's kind of a iffy one.
A tweener, yeah.
Like he's going to be maybe off the bench right away. And then you said Okanu for Atlanta's hurt. Killian Hayes is going to be a starter. Obi Toppin's coming off the bench. Denny Avila is probably going to be first big off the bench for Washington. And then Jalen Smith isn't going to start. So it's like, yeah, for the top 10 of the draft, this is probably the only starter. And it's going to be the kid from France.
We move on towards the bottom part of the Eastern Conference now. A team I think that's going to take – they made the playoffs last year and they were able to sneak in, but the real bummer for them was, when you were just talking about players to really look forward to, I know the Magic were very high on Jonathan Isaac. He looked really, really good, giving you some size and the ability to stretch the floor and just some versatility. And he's out for the year after his injury in the bubble last year. So this team will be – Vucevic, Markelle Fultz, Evan Fournier, Aaron Gordon, James Ennis III, Terrence Ross, Cole Anthony, Michael Carter-Williams. Mo Bamba actually has had a bad bout with COVID, and they're not really sure when or how he's going to be. So unfortunate for Orlando. I feel like they're going to take a step back because this East just is a little bit tougher, right? We feel like Atlanta's going to be a little bit better. Brooklyn's going to be a little bit better. A couple teams, Washington's going to be a little bit better. This team feels like another one that I think is going to drop out a little bit. Yep,
this is another one of those teams that it probably just has to. They need to shake things up probably a little bit one way or the other. And it's weird. They got kind of a free swing at Markelle Fultz.
Yeah,
years ago getting
they
him.
did,
and he is really for where he's at now compared to where he was when they got him. Like he hasn't kind of made it back to that number one overall level, but he's became a very solid point guard, and I think they're going to they have to like make a decision on his if they have to extend him or not. But they're a team like Evan Fournier, like James Ennis, Aaron Gordon, like these guys all seem like they could be moved around one way or another. Like Aaron Gordon seems like his name also gets floated around.
Always gets floated, and like someone who might be good, like. If he was in a place with a really steady point guard, like in a pick and roll, I feel like he could be dominant type in a great situation, or just with another really good ball handler. So, yeah, they feel like they're towards the bottom with this next group as we move on to another team that maybe they're going to be moving forward because they have a new VP, a new GM, and a new head coach. But I look at their roster, Zach LaVine. Is he more like your second or third best player? Zach. Then you have Lauri Markkanen, Otto Pardo Jr., Tom Sadaransky, Wendell Carter Jr., Cristiano Felicio, Thaddeus Young, Colby White, Patrick Williams, Denzel Valentine, Garrett Temple, talking about the Chicago Bulls here in the East. So, Zach, how good can Zach be? Can he be your number one guy?
Yeah, I don't know on that. He can score as a number one guy. Can he score every game and can
efficiently?
Can he stay competent enough defensively to do that? This was a team going into last year. I had high hopes for this team.
So did I.
All right, the youth on this team, and with Jim Boylan's going to give them everything defensively.
Weak East, and
it just didn't work. So being now with Billy Donovan there now, like I still really love Wendell Carter Jr. and like it's just. We'll see. I think Patrick Williams gets his way into that starting lineup probably in the first 10 to 15 games. He works his way in there. Like Kobe White's, like he had a hell of a rookie season for coming in and the expectations. But with Kobe White and Zach LaVine back there as your starting backcourt, you're going to have some defensive deficiencies with that grouping. And then Otto Porter, I think he's the last year of his deal. Like what moves on? What does he end up doing? Like there's guys I like here, but it's also it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough in the East.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I don't know. It's going to be tough, I believe, for some of these lower half of the East teams with the NBA schedule being the way it is now. Like they still have like the West and the East, each team's only going to play the teams in their conference 3 times, and they still play the other conference twice. But there's going to be these bottom half of the East teams that are the teams versus the West that are all jockeying for playoff position.
Yep.
Are going to be trying to just beat the piss out of these bottom East teams.
And the middle of the East got better too. Like,
Yep.
and the middle to the top of the East feels like, that middle part is just, through the 6 to 8 seed is a little bit stronger than it's been in past years. So yeah, these few teams we're talking about are in a little bit of trouble. One that I guess maybe could be a little feisty here and there because they have a sort of competent, a much more competent roster than I think some of the bad teams, and maybe a lot of it's like Gordon Hayward, right? Can this guy come back and be, someone you can count on with a lot of the injuries that he had, and just really bad luck in Boston. Everything went wrong from him in Boston from day one. So you have Gordon Hayward, you draft LaMelo Ball, who's looked really good passing the ball, handling the ball, and rebounding the ball. He's going to do some of those intangibles, even if he's going to take a while to learn how to shoot. Devontae Graham, PJ Washington, Terry Rozier, Cody Zeller, Miles Bridges, Caleb Martin, Biyombo, and Malik Monk. So, yeah, I mean, I think they're still like bottom 3 or 4 in the East, but I don't know if they're as bad as the two teams we haven't talked about yet in the Knicks or the Cavs. And at least with this team, what's nice is that you look at Devontae Graham had a really good year last year. PJ Washington had a really good year last year. They're really high on Miles Bridges. And now you bring in LaMelo. Even though you're overpaying Gordon Hayward, you have 3 or 4 guys there that you're just sort of hoping 1 or 2 of them can hit.
Yep, and Devontae Graham stepping out last year, the jump that he made was absolutely wild. Nobody saw that coming.
Not expected at all.
You have guys like Rozier and Graham, like, they're probably going to have their big games where they each probably steal you 3 games a year.
Yeah.
It's just how's the rest of it go? But yeah, with LaMelo Ball and like Miles Bridges on that second team, like I think they connected on Monday night for a dunk, for a nice alley oop, and they're going to be on the highlights. You're going to see LaMelo highlights because he might be a rookie and the whole Ball family stigma, but the kid can pass. The kid has vision, and the kid can take that vision and turn it into dunks and layups for teammates. So yeah, they're going to be interesting on that. I think we've missed one big East team.
Who do we miss?
Philly.
Oh, good God, we did miss Philly. And what's
as we moved our way down here,
what's funny? I'm looking at the standings right here, and they're not in them because I don't think they played yet.
That's true. Boston and Philly, I don't believe play until tonight or tomorrow. And
that's hilarious when we're recording this. And so I was moving through them all, and I didn't even because I swear as we were talking through this, I'm counting them down, and I'm like, who the hell am I missing? I'm like, I've written everybody down. So yes, and thank you for doing that, because Philly is a team I have been so high on the last couple of years. And I think, Dave, it's because I've got this love, and I love Joel Embiid, I think, more than I have any reason to so far, because I'm just a sucker for the Shaq-type big man who can be so dominant and can completely control an entire game when he's right. And Joel can stretch the floor a little too. I don't like it when he's bombing his threes. I'd much prefer him in the post or, moving a little bit. But we got Joel, Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris. The key to what they've done now is they brought in Seth Curry and Danny Green to give them 2 shooters. Even though Danny Green struggled a little bit last year, he's still a shooter. He can play defense, and he's going to make this team a much, much better team. They brought in Dwight Howard, Shake Milton, Matisse Thybulle. They got Cormans, Terrence Ferguson, Mike Scott, Tony Bradley. Immediately, you bring in Daryl Morey. He brings in Doc Rivers. You feel like this team is going to be run better. They're going to be coached better. And they're overall just a much, much better roster, in my opinion, than they've been the last couple of years.
Yeah, and they're also a team that people have kind of associated James Harden to them because of the Morey factor. But I don't think that's going to really go on. Like, I don't think, at least for this first year, Morey is saying, no, that's not going to happen. See what it is. And I do. I love it. Like, with Embiid and Simmons, all right, there's your 2. And then Tobias Harris gets paid as the number 3. And like, all right, we need to fill in with today's NBA. You need to fill in shooting. And they didn't have that on prior years' rosters. So now with Curry and Green, all right, here's the shooters around these guys. Spread it out. Let Embiid work let Embiid and Simmons kind of have the roam of the paint, and now you've got shooters around them. So I think it's going to help Philadelphia tremendously in doing that. And I think it probably Embiid and Simmons gets a little bit more realistic now of, all right, look, like Brent Brown's gone and we didn't do great in the bubble and people keep expecting us to be the next big it team. Like at some point it's on us. And maybe this is the year Doc can bring it together and get the best out of these guys. But yeah, I think their lineup construction, one of the other new guys that they had is Paul Reed, and he was a guy I saw that people were kind of hit or miss on him in the draft, but there were people who had him as like a top 20, top 25 prospect in the draft, and they fell down to them in the second round. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, Thibault defensively, like they're going to be a fun team.
They're good. I've been high on them the last couple of years, and they're a type of team where you can look back now and you can see, okay, they made the changes. They got rid of Brent Brown, who may not have been the best coach there. They have a roster construction that seems like it fits a lot better than it ever has. I think I can slot them in like the 3 or 4 spot. I look, even what's nice about them too is like they've done some things to where even if Embiid misses a little bit of time or you need to let him back to back here and there, you do have Dwight, who was a rejuvenated Dwight last year, who can give you some good minutes. And they have a couple other decent backup bigs too to help around if Joel does need to come out of a game or two here and there. And then you can have Ben sort of take the lead for a little while. I like this team this year. I think once you kind of get past Milwaukee and Miami, they feel like I kind of have them slotted even more above Toronto and Boston going into the year, just because I think they've got a little more margin for error, I feel like, with their roster, sort of the depth towards the bottom of it. Like their bench seems just a little bit better than it's been in past years too.
Yep, they've got enough bodies there that they'll be able to, barring like a long-term injury for Simmons or Embiid, they'll be able to get through any little hiccups that they would have.
East bottom feeders, the bottom two, the Cavs and the Knicks. The Cavs, their roster: Darius Garland, Colin Sexton, Okuru, Kevin Love, Andre Drummond, Kevin Porter Jr., Larry Nance, Matthew Dellavedova, and JaVale McGee. Honestly, they don't look very good. And they're youngsters like Garland, Sexton, Okuru. We'll see what we can get from him. Kevin Porter Jr., he went to USC. He was really inconsistent too. I don't know. Drummond is hard. He's a good rebounder, but like what does he do for you in this age of the NBA? Is like, I guess there's at least a little more upside with this roster, like some young upside than a couple others. But I'm not really high on a lot of these young players on the Cavs.
No, I'm with you on that. Their 2 highest paid guys are Love and Drummond. And in today's NBA, having both those guys sharing the court like that becomes kind of a dangerous scenario defensively. And yeah, with the Garland and Sexton, they're both able to, I don't know, they seem better with their ball in their hands as point guards, but they're not necessarily great shooters. So it's, Coro I think he's going to be elite defensively right away, but he's going to struggle on offense. So it's just kind of a team of mixed matched parts that doesn't feel like it's going to be. JB Bickerstaff's going to have his work cut out with this roster, I believe.
Yeah, and the Knicks, I mean, they drafted Obi Toppin, who I know a lot of their fans are high on, and he looks like he's someone who will be solid. But the rest of this roster, like, is Julius Randle going to lead them in scoring? Julius Randle, Nerlens Noel, Alfred Payton, Alec Burks, R.J. Barrett, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, Dennis Smith Jr., Frank Ntilikina, and Kevin Knox. They just feel like same type of thing. Like a lot of these players would be fine in other places, in other situations, in other roles. They could get beat up some nights bad.
They could get very beat up. What they need to do is that RJ Barrett needs to make he showed flashes last year, but he needs to, all of the hype that went into his freshman year at Duke needs to come to fruition right now.
Quickly, in a hurry for them.
It's got to happen now. They need him to do that, and Obi Toppin's going to be able to score. So maybe they can do it and play offensively, and we'll see how Tibbs does. Tibbs trying to get these guys reined in defensively. Like Mitchell Robinson's a pretty good young center and can change shots, but this is a team that's going to, if they find themselves in a scoring battle or into a shootout, they may not have enough guns for that fight.
We're rolling along. You got time for me to do the West? I mean, we've been going. Yeah, let's move to the West. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. And we got to start. I'm excited, Dave. The Lakers coming off their title win last year. I feel like their roster is even better now. Better on paper. Does that mean it's going to fit as well? And is the chemistry going to be as good as it was for them last year? Who knows? But they were able to really, really make some good moves for the future, too. They lock down LeBron, extend him. They make the deal to sign AD long-term. You bring in Marc Gasol, Dennis Schroeder, and Montrezl Harrell. So you've got the number 1 and 2 guys scoring off the bench last year now on your roster. You've got Kyle Kuzma, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. You bring in Wes Matthews, Markieff Morris, Caruso, THT. This is a really, really good roster. I'm excited, and we've had a lot of fun in the first couple preseason games with THT, just going crazy. Who might be the 10th or 11th guy on this roster, and he's 20 years old. They're gonna try to have to find some minutes for him. But again, with this team, and what's so nice is there's a couple of guys in the league like an Anthony Davis, who he's a big man that can do all of the things you want from your big man in this day and age in the NBA. Play defense, score, stretch the court. He can guard the perimeter if you have to. So he just gives this team such a versatility, like so many options. And then you have LeBron, who's a power forward that's a point guard. So you have those two guys. Anytime you try to go quote unquote small, you're not small because you've got LeBron and AD already on the court as your big. So I'm very excited this year for the Lakers again, Dave. I think they're going to be good. Top couple in the West. I don't know if they're going to worry as much about getting the 1 seed this year as they did last year when it felt like that was a point that they wanted to get it. But I feel like come playoff time, this team is going to be really, really tough again.
Yeah, they're going to be Frank Vogel's going to get his way through the regular season. Especially this is going to be one team that's really probably going to take advantage of the rest.
Yep.
Without the NBA kind of wants them to play the stars on the national TV games, but without having home crowds, Frank's not going to be forced to have LeBron and AD play home games that they maybe don't need him to play in.
Yep.
So that's going to be one thing with this whole dynamic. Teams resting their stars at home when maybe they would never have done that in the past because of their ticket sales.
Yep. And because I think they're not going to worry. Like
LeBron passed the torch to Talon Horton Tucker, because that's all this is about is Talon Horton Tucker, and he's been phenomenal, and the love that he's getting, it's like, all right, well, LeBron's just going to pass the torch to him probably by week 2.
It's funny, there was an article that one of the Lakers sites I follow, Silver Screen and Roll, they do a really good job covering the Lakers, and they wrote like this funny article about like, can LeBron James and Anthony Davis find minutes on Talon Horton Tucker's Lakers? And it was really funny, just kind of going through how good he's been in the first couple preseason games, and it's just a good problem to have when you have to figure out like your 8th, 9th, 10th guys on the bench are really good and you want to get them minutes. So we'll just hope everyone stays healthy. But like you said, I don't think this team is going to be as worried. They're going to sit a lot of back-to-backs. And that's why you bring in Schroeder and Harrell, because, the nights where there's no AD, the nights where there's no LeBron, those guys can carry the load for you a little bit.
Yep, their depth, and it seemed like this entire offseason, with the short version that it was, that, hey, so-and-so citing veteran minimum deal. They're like, what? They get him too? Like, or how does that work? Like, I know.
Morris's brother, Markieff Morris's brother signed a 4-year, $64 million deal, and we got the other Morris for the league minute for the veteran minimum. Who's going to do sort of similar type things, for us. But
do you think the Lakers eventually do a different ring ceremony? Because that's one of the things I feel bad about I'm not Lakers fan, but you feel bad for LeBron for everything that they went through last year with in February with Kobe, and when the shutdown and winning the title, but winning it in the bubble. Like I feel bad. Like they're going to put the banner up and get their rings to an empty arena. I wonder if that's going to be something that when the fans are allowed back in, they kind of like, all right, we're going to do this again, another version of it. Because it feels like, look,
I do.
They're getting cheated out of their moment.
They do. I do. They talked about that with the parade sort of too, with the fans. And like, I think they'll end up doing some things like Jeannie Buss she's taken a few years to sort of really get the reins, from her dad, and the Lakers struggled for a while, but she's done a great job putting Pelinka in charge. And this is the kind of thing that she does really well, like the PR stuff. I think she'll have a great plan for a good way for the Lakers to sort of do a ceremony that honors them, something down the line that can have the fans in some way, shape, or form around too. And yeah, I mean, I'm pumped. It's crazy to think about how quickly I stopped watching Laker games and then started watching Laker games again this year. It just went all the way up, and it's like, oh wow, they announced the preseason and like with all the player movement and the draft and everything going on, it's like there was zero off time for the NBA this year. But a team that needed a little bit of off time after the struggles last year. I'm telling you how many fights I got into with people throughout the middle of the year who were these Clipper fans that were coming out of nowhere. I'm like, who are you? Like, you exist? What? They're telling me how garbage the Lakers are and how the Clippers this and Clippers that. And I was nervous. I was scared of their roster. They were a very good team, but there was a little something missing, you could tell. And the way they didn't really take the season seriously, it ended up sort of punching them in the face last year because they were up 3-1 against the Nuggets. And honestly, what we saw in Game 7 with Paul George and some of their struggles where he was hitting the backboard and stuff, like that was like one of the bigger like wow moments I remember where a team sort of just lost it. Just completely lost it. So you get, you change your coaches, and how much is it going to matter when the guy who you bring in was on the bench last year when all these things were happening? But you do make a nice move for Serge. You lose Montrezl Harrell, you lose JaMychal Green, but you do fill the void with Serge Ibaka. And I mean, you go through this roster, it is really, really good still. Kawhi, Paul George, Serge Ibaka, Patrick Beverley, Lou Williams, Marcus Morris. They brought in Luke Kennard, Reggie Jackson, Zubats, Nick Batum, Patrick Patterson, still a top tier roster. And maybe now, because last year they went the opposite way, maybe this team tries to take the season a little more seriously, and we see a team that's a little more driven, a little more worried about, playing together and their chemistry, because they're still really, really good. They were just kind of missing the intangibles.
Yeah, they were. Everybody kind of had them kind of pegged for the title last year.
They did.
It just didn't work. And yeah, the Athletic had the article about Paul George and Kawhi. Like, it was kind of an interesting article a couple weeks ago. And I like the addition of Ibaka and Luke Kennard. I think those are good ones. Like, yeah, Harrell had some big games for them, and now with LA. But all right, like, they had to kind of break that up. That second unit had defensive issues. So now changing those things up, it'll be interesting to see how they work. They're going to be dang good. Like, right, wasn't Tyronn Lue? Wasn't he? He was the assistant coach for David Blatt at Cleveland.
Yep.
And then
they got rid
of him, and then all of a sudden Tyrone wins the title. So we'll see. He's taken over strange situations before and made the best of them. So we'll see. But so you said the Lob City crew moved out to the suburbs and then came back in for last year's Clippers crew, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. They just, there was something that was funny. Like with the fans were so excited about how bad the Lakers have been the last few years. And as Laker fans, we were saying like, that the Clippers still haven't gotten there yet. They still haven't done anything in these really good years. Maybe it was something with Doc. They needed a new voice, but this is a damn good roster. But just keep in mind, like, small things. Kawhi, we never know with his health. He's always got those knee injuries. They did just ink Paul George to a long-term deal. And for the Lakers and the Clippers, now, what's nice about the Lakers is they've got AD locked up for a while, but both of these teams, just like you said with Milwaukee, they got to be careful because if something, one or two things go wrong, somebody gets hurt, they don't have a lot of flexibility moving forward because they went all in to get these rosters.
Yep, they're going all in and trying to go in. And with Kawhi and PG, like, all right, you've got your foundation there. You're ready to go.
Yep. we move to a team who was really impressive last year in the Western Conference, making it to the finals, was the Denver Nuggets. Honestly, they were always a team that I would sort of just glance over as a Laker fan. Like, and even when they had good regular season, I always thought, yeah, I don't know how really good they are. Like, I don't know if they're the type of team in a playoff series you can beat them. Can they play defense, this and that? Man, Jamal Murray was awesome last year. Jokic is incredible. They need Michael Porter Jr. to take the next step, and I think they're counting on it because they did not bring back Jeremy Grant, and they really that third role spot is ripe for MPJ. They have Paul Millsap, Gary Harris, Will Barton, JaMychal Green. They brought in. They need Bol, RJ Hampton. Need a little from him too. Monte Morris, PJ Dozier. It's a tough West. I don't know if they're quite as good as they were last year, and they had a damn good year, but I still think they're like middle pack of the West.
They do. I think the return of Will Barton is going to be a big thing for them.
Yep.
Like
him and Harris both were injured when they needed them in the bubble last year.
Yep. So the return of that, but yeah, Michael Porter Jr. making the step. I will say this. It's weird with the making the step, and I was going to use this for like John Morant when we eventually get to them, but like compared to like typical off seasons, like how much of a step are these
with so little time?
Make? Like, because it really is like, all right, how much of a step are you going to make in a month and a half? Like, how much different is he going to be now compared to where he was 2 months ago when they were in the playoffs? Like
versus maybe someone like Deere, like maybe like I was going to say Fox, but even Fox was in the bubble. Like maybe some of the players who weren't in the bubble have the opportunity.
So Minnesota, Jarrett Culver was
there. You go,
top 6 pick. Had his struggles, and he needed to do things. He needed to change his body type and some of his mechanics. Well, he apparently has used the off season, and he's been in the gym, and his body type is different, and he's worked out some things with him. So he has been one of the more impressive Timberwolves, and there's going to be other guys like that. I'm using that because that's the example close to home for me, but there's going to be other guys like that who we haven't seen for 9 months that are going to really change. And like, all right, well, this player, he made the step. Like we could see that with like Trae Young, right? Like nobody
absolutely
really seen him. Like Trae Young could come back dramatically different here. So there's players like that where, all right, well, Michael Porter Jr. just has to keep continuing on where he's at. And I think the main thing with him is just staying healthy. Like he's had such injuries in his short life that he played through them. But yeah, team wise, they were a team in the bubble, and Jamal Murray was unbelievable and was probably one of the top 5 players in the bubble. It felt like the run that he was on was amazing, scoring and carrying that team on him. And Jokic, who knows, Bol, everybody loved Bol, and I don't know if their rookie Zeke Njai can they get minutes from him and RJ Hampton? Like, can those guys step up and provide some sort of a spark? They're going to be a fun team. And yeah, keeping Paul Millsap around was a needed thing. Like, just you need vets like that around.
Gained a lot of respect for the Nuggets and the Heat last year on the run to the title for the Lakers. Those are both two really good teams that are going to battle, and they just are honestly just better than I thought. And Murray took that step. What the hell are we going to get from these Houston Rockets? We just don't know, right? We don't know if Harden's going to be there in a few weeks, in a month, in a year. James Harden, John Wall, Christian Wood, who they brought in, people are high on. PJ Tucker, Eric Gordon, Daniel House Jr., Seth Velosha. You bring in DeMarcus Cousins, who's had all those injuries. Ben McLemore, Damari Carroll, Gerald Green, some other of the bottom of the bench there. I mean, just talk about the biggest wild card of maybe anybody in the league, because we don't even know how long or if or when Harden is going to leave. Anything to do with Harden.
But yeah, that's going to be one of the X factors of the entire season. I will say I've been very pleasantly surprised seeing John Wall.
Yeah, he's looked good.
And Cousins. They both look.
And they like each other.
Really
they're buddies.
Good.
Yeah. They go back to the Kentucky days, so I'm sure they're pushing each other to work. Like it makes it easier probably going through a lot of those struggles when you got a friend, someone that you've known for a while, they're around you, someone that you've got chemistry with, that you can, you put. They know where each other like to be on the court. They played with each other. I like both of those guys. And I like Boogie. He was a pretty good teammate for the Lakers, and he in the little short time he was there. And I want the best for John Wall. Like, again, all these stars being good is better for the league. Nobody wants to see anyone injured repeatedly over and over. I'd love to see him have a good year, get a little redemption story.
Yep, would love to see that. And just, how he's came back and he's said all the right things since being traded for there. The piece that they had, the Christian Wood piece, like it was very limited sample size last year, but when that second half of the during the regular season before COVID, like he was finally figuring it out, and he got paid very handsomely to come down here to Houston and try it out. So if they can, I don't know how the relationship with Harden is, but if they can repair that and keep these guys together, like this is a pretty solid unit. If Wall stays healthy, and if you get Cousins as kind of your rotational bigs, but I don't know, like PJ Tucker, it looks like he's having kind of issues on, do they want to keep me or not? Like it'll be.
And somebody was saying, I heard they're like, oh, so you're telling me the guy who has to guard guys three positions up from him and who has to just stand in the corner and get the ball when Harden and never talks or never does anything, that he's finally upset. Like that makes sense, right? Like he's had such a terrible role, for a while, where it's like, hey PJ, you go play defense. Hey PJ, just stand in the corner and maybe we'll give you a corner three when you're open. He probably, he hasn't been the most fun. And now, like, he's wondering, is Harden going to leave? Am I going to be on this really bad sort of tanking team? So I don't like anything that I've heard coming out of Houston in the last couple months.
No. And I always like to see, like, so coaches like Steven Silas, who's getting his first big gig, like, all right, like you want to see a guy go into his role with having a fighting chance and having a good thing. And it's just like, all right, well, you're throwing right into the mix.
I know. He'd already said a couple times, like, he hadn't talked to Harden. He said, oh yeah, I talked to him. I said hello. Like that was like, oh gosh, like not an easy spot to be in, like you said, in your first head coach position. As we move on to the Dallas Mavericks, who will go as far as Luka can go. Man, he just is a legitimate MVP candidate. And then Porzingis. If Porzingis stays healthy, just that 1-2 combo on the court is good enough for them to beat anybody. But if they don't have Porzingis and Luka has to carry the load like we saw, he can do that for a game or two. Can he do that for a full season? Can he do that for a full series against the other good teams? They bring in Josh Richardson, which will help their defense. Tim Hardaway Jr., Willie Cauley-Stein, James Johnson, Maxi Kleber, Dwight Powell, Trey Burke, Dorian Finney-Smith. That's the bulk of their roster there. So they shopped out Seth Curry, lose a little shooting, but you do bring back a little defense with Josh Richardson, who I feel like he's better than he played last year in Philly. If they can get sort of that Miami version of Richardson, then this team is good. I mean, I love Luka. I think they're going to be really good as long as he's around.
Yep. They're going to ride and die with Luka. Like he's probably a fantasy MVP this season. He's going to be in the running for NBA MVP. Like he's going to have to carry a heavier load early on with Porzingis being out first month or so with a meniscus injury. But we'll see. Like I like the addition. We'll see how when he gets in. So local kid Tyrell Terry, who kind of. There was the pre-draft buzz is going to be a lottery pick, and he ended up falling down into the second-round pick. But he could be a fun shooting addition next to Luka. Like, and then the reclamation project of Trey Burke. Like, but it's gonna ride and die with Luka. Like,
he's so good.
He's good and he's fun and he just he's a warrior. And there was a couple teams that passed on him.
I know.
Draft that probably. Not probably. They're regretting that a little bit. Like, they know who they are.
Exactly. A team that a lot of people are really high on some of the moves that they've made in adding. They were a hot team at the end of the bubble, and you have a guy like Damian Lillard who is capable of scoring 50 any night, and he has extended his range so far to where he can just pull up anywhere on the court. Nights when him and CJ are on, they're great. You bring in Covington to help with the defense. Hopefully Nurkic will be more healthy. You have Rodney Hood. They brought in Enes Kanter. Gary Trent Jr. had a really good bubble. Derrick Jones Jr. they bring in. Harry Giles. They got Melo back. And if they can get a healthy Zach Collins, That, a healthy Collins, a healthy Nurkic really helps this team. That's a good roster. I just wonder sometimes with them, like with Dame and CJ, even as good as they are, like, is that a good enough defensive backcourt ever to win it all? Like, do they need somebody else to help sort of slow down the perimeter? And I'm not saying both of those guys are terrible defensively, but they're not great defenders, and you can sort of pick on them a little bit. I like Portland. Damian Lillard's probably my favorite player that's not a Laker player, again, that hasn't been a Laker. He is so fun to watch. He doesn't give an F about anyone or anything. He'll just go right at you, right after you. And a healthy Portland last year was probably closer to the middle of the West than they were, just trying to play into the playoffs. So if this team is able to still stay healthy, I sort of stack them in that probably 4 or 5 range.
Yep, I think so. In regarding the defensive question, that defensively they've got their issues. They both try, and it's just size wise they have a little bit of a difficulty. The one thing that I guess they probably have going for them on that is if you look at the top 2 teams being the Lakers and the Clippers, LeBron's his own thing, but
you
don't really have that attacking point
exactly
guard that those teams have, and that probably gives Portland a little bit better of a chance. Except
you're right.
I gave Portland a chance in the bubble versus the Lakers, and that backfired terribly.
I was nervous, man. I was nervous because they came in so hot, and you knew they weren't with Lillard. You knew they weren't just a normal 8th seed. And they just got tired is what it was. They got worn down. Poor Nurkic was trying to drag his body up and down the court. He didn't have much left. But they're a scary team to play. They are a scary team to play against because they're you're up 10 on them with 3 minutes to go, and Lillard makes 2 threes quickly, and it's just right back down to a 4-point game. Boom. It's just they're a lot of fun, and they're sort of like some of the new Splash Brothers, as unfortunately we'll talk about Golden State. The old Splash Brothers haven't been around now for a while, and we won't see the Splash Brothers again this year because Klay Thompson, who might be the most well-liked NBA player or on the very short list. Nobody says a bad word about Klay. He's a great teammate. He's just he's 3-and-D, as good as 3-and-D could be for any team, anyone. Maybe one of the best 5 shooters in the history of the NBA, and he's out again, which is such a bummer. So now Steph is going to have to try to go full-on crazy MVP Steph if he wants to make this team an actual contender. You have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, Kelly Oubre, Kent Bazemore, James Wiseman, Kevon Looney, Pascal, Jordan Poole, Marquise Chris, probably towards the bottom of their bench. And keep in mind, we're talking about Steph, who his injury isn't a bad knee injury, but he's still someone that hasn't played in quite some time. Draymond isn't exactly getting better. He's getting a little bit older and starting to wear down a little bit here. And Wiggins very well. Is Wiggins the sort of guy who's just going to kind of fly under the radar, score 20, 25 points, but you kind of don't even realize he's doing it and sort of in a not impactful way? Where do you stand with this Golden State Warriors team this year?
It's crazy how much this team has changed even from the Klay injury, because that was draft day.
Yeah,
where they're going into the draft that night thinking, all right, we've got Curry, we've got Klay at the 2, Wiggins at the 3, Draymond at the 4, and barring any trade, we're going to plug Wiseman in at the 5. And all right, we're going shopping. We're going to have some fun with that lineup. And then all of a sudden, on draft day, then wait a second, Klay Thompson maybe left the gym injured today. What's going on? And then just how that's all shifted around. It's one injury like that just has completely made them go from a top 3 team and potential championship winner to, all right, where do these guys seed in?
They could miss the playoffs.
Can Steph Curry get Wiggins to show where Wiggins was the first 15 games last year, or what's going to happen there? If Wiggins, he's a very, I don't know, divisive player where some people you can love him and you can hate him, and depending on what it is, when he's great, he is really good, and you can see why it is. And then there's other times where he's frustrating. So how is that going to be with Draymond and Steph. Like Draymond, like people kind of harp on Draymond for stuff, but Draymond was a pretty good guy last year for that team, keeping them together.
He was a good teammate, a good soldier. He really was.
Yeah. So, but they're going to be tough. Like they're going to need, rather than having the luxury of having Wiseman, now they're going to need Wiseman to come in and
That's a great point.
Be a player.
You're counting on him
now.
He's
not just a bonus piece.
He's
anymore.
not icing.
You need production out of him, and can they get that? We'll find out.
Team who feels like they're sort of right in this range always is the Utah Jazz, and they lock down Mitchell for long-term. Rudy Gobert they bring back, Mike Conley, Joe Ingles. A key for them is someone who they did not have in the playoffs and might have been the difference between winning and losing in a really back-and-forth series with Denver is Bojan Bogdanovic, who is someone who can really light it up for them. And you have Jordan Clarkson, who was excellent off the bench for them. Derek Favors, Royce O'Neal gives them some added bench depth there. I mean, they're always right in the middle. I don't think this roster is good enough to beat the top few rosters in the West. I don't think with a healthy Mitchell and a Gobert there who, helps you defensively, they're always going to be sort of fine. Like they have a high floor, but I don't think they have the highest ceiling. It's like they're sort of always in that like, okay, they're probably in like the 4 to 8 range, and they can beat some teams and overachieve, maybe upset a series. But I mean, could they beat the Lakers and then the Clippers in back-to-back series? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's completely with you on that. They're not in the mix for one of those top teams, and it's just, they're in that next group where like, all right, their floor is this, but yeah, if something happened, they're another team that if Donovan Mitchell goes down, they're
in trouble.
Scoring challenge team, and
absolutely
Quinn Snyder gets his teams to play defense, so they're going to defensively. It's going to be tough to score on them, but yeah, if something happens to Mitchell and he misses a 2-week stretch for any ankle reason or anything like that, they're going to have troubles.
One of the sexy teams in the West this year now with the CP3 trade is the Phoenix Suns. They brought in Chris Paul to pair with Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton. They also brought in a good veteran, Jay Crowder. They're high on Mikal Bridges, Etwan Moore, Langston Galloway, Dario Saric, Cameron Payne, Javon Carter. So, some of the rotation there rounding things out for the Phoenix Suns, who they had to do something because Booker was starting to get frustrated. They had not made the playoffs over and over and over again. They went 8-0 in the bubble last year, so there was some buzz about them. They were playing really well. You have Chris Paul, who was sort of rejuvenated last year, and he kind of did the same thing with OKC that maybe they want him to do here, is lead a young team, help show some of their young players what it takes to be good. This is an interesting team, man. Like if Chris Paul, who changed his diet last year, does he have something left? Because Booker might be like the best player that nobody really knows because he's never gotten the chance. I could see him being the type of guy in a playoff series to just go ballistic.
Yeah, that was one. They were, when you look at it for last season, they're not going to show that they were a playoff team, but for what they did in the bubble, where they went 8-0 in the bubble, that is, you can say that's as good as being a playoff team.
Yep.
In my opinion, because the questions about Booker on if either he was going to be moved or anything else, well, that completely changed the whole story about the Phoenix Suns going into this year. Where all of a sudden there's this whole.
Did they even get Chris Paul if they don't go 8-0 there, and they have this buzz of like, oh wow, you look at this team now. Okay, you put Booker with Ayton. I don't know. Like, you're right. Like that might have been a bigger deal for them than getting the 8th seed and losing. Just playing so well down that stretch and having some other guys around the league look at them, like a Jay Crowder who goes, okay, now I can go there. Chris Paul went there, and boom. Like a Jay Crowder is a big deal for them too. Like that's another really nice rotation piece. I think this is going to be a really solid team. They feel like another that's like right in that, probably right here where we were saying with Utah. But I think they feel like they have like a higher ceiling because who knows, like Booker could have another level or two. Ayton could have another level or two that we haven't seen.
And they're going to be a team. It's not going to be easy to play them because they got some dogs. Like Chris Paul knows how to get under people's skin. Crowder knows how to get.
He doesn't take any games off.
These guys are going to piss other teams off.
They are. No, you're right. Him and like, Crowder for sure.
Yeah, they're going to push buttons, and they're going to. And I think Ayton's got a little bit at him, and Booker I think has it. Like Cam Johnson's pretty steady. Like it's the right bodies to get in there to, all right, well, let's take that next step. And if CP3 stays healthy, which is the big question, is this team could be trouble. Like
could. I could
got
see
high end front court and back court youth that can always win you games.
You know, like a team, comparing them to a team like we said with Utah, like they maybe have a little lower of a floor. Like if Chris Paul gets hurt or something goes wrong, then maybe they don't go play that well. They don't have a great season. But if things go really well for Phoenix, there's a version of them that's like in the top 3. That's like a 3 seed, and that's like a really good regular season team. And then we'll see come playoff time. But he said there's something to having a guy like Chris Paul on your team who's always getting just a chap ass. You know what I mean? Like he's getting after everybody on the team. Hey, pick yourself up. We're not playing like that tonight. Like the Suns need someone like that because there's a couple other young teams.
Last year, I think it was last year when he did the whole jersey thing and got like all of a sudden, hey, he entered the game without the jersey tucked in and technical foul, and all of a sudden
they won that game.
Free throws and the ball out of that, and they end up winning the game after being down like 7 really late because Chris Paul pulling off the jersey rule that nobody else knew about.
He's one of those players that when he's on your team, you would like go run through a brick wall for him. But when you're playing against him, he frustrates the hell out of you. Like you said, like you want to punch him, as you're an opposing fan. And you're like, I hate that. But then when you see him and you hear some of the stuff he does and how good of a teammate he is with a lot of these guys, he's just one of those funny, like really polarizing players. And we have a couple really fun young players who led their teams and sort of got their fan bases rejuvenated last year. First in Memphis with Ja Morant, and you look at the Memphis roster. I like Ja quite a bit. I'm just worried that this is a really, really difficult West that we're talking about. This is a Memphis team that last year. I think overachieved a little bit. You got Ja, Jaren Jackson Jr., Jonas Valanciunas, Winslow, Dylan Brooks, Brandon Clark, DeAnthony Melton, Tyus Jones, Gorgie Dang, and Kyle Anderson. Like, they have a lot of really nice young pieces with Ja, Jaren Jackson, Nick Winslow, Brooks, Clark, Melton. That's a good core of 6 or 7. I think they still might be a little bit away, and that might, like, there are some good going to be some good veteran solid teams this year in the West.
We've seen them. The Wolves have played them the first 2 games of the preseason here, so I've got a pretty good look at them. Ja Morant is incredible.
He's phenomenal.
I just said 2 months. How are these players making a change? And Ja Morant was just really damn good last year, and from what seeing this year, he's right where he left off. He's a beast, and he gets to the rim, and he can shoot. This is a really fun lineup that these guys have. And like right now, I think Jaren Jackson, Brandon Clark, and Winslow are all a little bit dinged up, but they've got some pieces and fun pieces that, if Ja stays healthy, this is a team that, they're not probably a threat to the top 3 or 4, but they should be.
They are.
They should be
Ja is so fast.
Oh.
I don't think people just realize how fast he is. Like, he is. Like, when Westbrook was at his peak, when Wall was at his peak, this guy is as quick as them, getting up and down. And he's a good leader too. Like, he like the players like him. He feels like he's the guy that's going to lead this team and continue to become a really good leader. He's not afraid to call people out on social media or here and there too. I like Ja a lot, and I would love to see them continue to stay competitive and feisty. As soon as Jaren Jackson Jr. went down last year, they were in some trouble. That's when they were really hurt because they need him. Like, he's one of their better players. They just need all of these guys to continue to improve. Really fun young team. And then the other top pick last year who was good, but the conversation with this guy is always going to be health, and that's Zion. Zion Williamson, who looks like a player that we maybe haven't seen. He's sort of like a weird Barkley-ish type, but he just sort of is in the right place at the right time, makes good plays, but his size is sort of in between. Brandon Ingram took the step forward last year. I love Ingram. And Lonzo, he's sort of a polarizing type. I'm higher on Lonzo than many. I think he just has to sort of be in the right role. He plays good defense, rebounds. They brought in Eric Bledsoe, Steven Adams. They have Josh Hart, J.J. Redick, Nico Melli, Jackson Hayes, Kira Lewis Jr. This is one team that I honestly think if you told me they were like the 5th seed, I wouldn't be surprised. But if you told me that like Zion got hurt and one or two things went wrong and they had one of the worst records in the West, I wouldn't be all that shocked either. I can't really get a great grasp for this team and how they're going to look and sort of mesh on paper.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a good team, but yeah, how
they have plenty of good players.
Like
yeah,
they do. And it's with the Zion, the injury hold thing last year really just derailed them from the start of the year. But the Steven Adams, like how I think he fits in there. It's going to be a fun team. Heck, we're going to get to see enough of them on national TV. I think they're like the 5th most televised team in the NBA this year for national televised games. But I really like that. Kira Lewis Jr. He was one that when the Timberwolves maybe moving back up into lottery to get he was one I had my eyes on him of like this could be a player. So him ending up there in New Orleans, like I think that's going to be a good role because I think there is going to be times in there where he gets paired in with that group. But yeah, Lonzo and Ingram got paid. Like this is going to be a fun team. I'm excited to see them. I'm not a big college basketball guy, but man, that Zion's freshman year at Duke, that was as most as I've got back into regular season.
The buzz about him
in a long time.
I know he was appointment TV. I'm the same way. Like I'm a USC fan, and so basketball wise, like I love March Madness come tourney time, and I'll watch all of USC's game and stuff. But I'm not like watching every Duke, Carolina, all the. I'm more that way in the NBA where I'm just sort of an NBA nerd and I'll watch whatever's on. But I was watching every Zion game like you had to. He was just unbelievable, and we'll see. Can he bring that again? Can he stay? We've seen guys like this, right? We've seen some unbelievable players who've had like, sky's the limit talent, but they've had injury problems, and we just hope he's not one of them because the way his body is, he's just sort of built a little bit different, and he's so quick, he has so much torque that it's not really normal, So I hope so Zion being good is good for basketball. He's a huge draw. People love turning on the TV to watch Zion. Let's get to
he played 30 minutes last night or 32 minutes on Monday night.
So they're trying.
They're trying where he was on that very tight minute restriction last year, and there was games when he was coming out when he didn't want to come out, but that's where they had him, and they turned him loose on Monday night where I think he played like 32 minutes. So it'll be. Maybe that whole precaution is off on him this year, which really, who knows? But he's not a player that can play 40 minutes with his size. No. You're going to break the guy down.
Yeah, it's not worth it. You're better off playing him, like you said, maybe 30, 30 in the little spurts like that because you get the best out of him that way too. Let's get to your T-Wolves here. So just you mentioned what a tough offseason for Karl Anthony Towns too, who lost 5 or 6 different family members to COVID, someone a lot that he was really close with. And, he's a leader of your team and your franchise, and he's someone who he has all of the skills. Like he checks all of the boxes, really. Maybe you could ask a little more on the defensive end, who knows? But he's never really been kind of in a situation where he's had to be, he's played in these games where you needed him to play great defense. You bring in D'Angelo, and so you have those two as sort of your 1-2 punch, and I like D'Angelo too. He's a scorer. He's a good passer. Also, he can really light it up sometimes. Defensively, he's gonna not give you quite as much. So you have Towns and D'Lo at the top with Rubio. You bring back in Malik Beasley, Anthony Edwards, Hernan Gomez, Okogie, Layman, Ed Davis, Rondé Hollis Jefferson. Sort of feel like the bulk of and then you mentioned Culver too. Sort of feel like the bulk of the rotation here. So what have you seen in the first couple of games? Give us your overview on the T-Wolves.
It's going to be this. The team's going to go as far as D'Angelo and Karl Anthony Towns take them. Is probably how it's going to be. It's going to matter of all right. They've got a bunch of interchangeable pieces, but they need to make sure that they can get who's going to be the best guys to complement those two players. It's going to be they signed Rondé Hollis Jefferson, and for all the guys that they got, I'm going right to Rondé Hollis Jefferson. But he's a guy they got in kind of a training camp tryout here, and his game on Monday night, he brings an energy, like saying, all right, veterans, I can get people
I
fired
like
up
him.
to play into these. Like, I would not be surprised if he ends up being the starting 4 for the Timberwolves within the first 2 weeks of the season. And who knows, maybe even like he hasn't played the first half of either first 2 games, and then in the second half he's made a difference. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. But I think he's going to make the team and probably get minutes. But yeah, the Anthony Edwards, it's kind of feeling out like none of these rookies got to play any sort of summer league, and they've went from their seasons ending in March. They didn't even
play their March Madness tournaments either. Yeah.
They didn't have any of that. They didn't have any bubble. So all these rookies are coming in pretty much off of since March. They haven't played games. So trying to figure out how to go speed wise. And you can see the glimpses with Edwards where it's there on, all right, this is why this guy was taken number 1. Like, all right, the athleticism is there, the skills are there, and it's putting together. He gets knocked defensively a little bit, but from what I've been able to tell, defensively, he tries. He maybe struggles with some of the concepts, but the effort is there. And I'd much rather have it that you have the guy effort and it's just not working.
Absolutely.
Because he's going to keep trying that. So I love that. Ricky Rubio, like
he looks like Jesus right now.
The hair is out of control.
It's great.
And he's one we're with no crowd would really miss. Like Ricky Rubio, like the fans of Minneapolis love him. Like Ricky Rubio is loved here in the Twin Cities. So him not having that reaction that he gets is going to be something that we miss out on. But it's going to be, right now I think, Malik Beasley's probably going to start as the 2 guard. And I would say probably Okogie and Hernan Gomez at the 3 and the 4. But that could also, I think Beasley's probably more locked in at the 2, but I could see Culver getting those minutes at the 3 and Rondae Hollis at the 4. But you got to have some shooting in there. But the Karl Anthony Towns is one of those guys where he's a center, but he's also probably maybe your best 3-point shooter. And that's not a knock on the other guys. It's just how good skilled Cat is.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to work. The West is an absolutely beast. I don't think we're going to be one of the lower end teams. I think we're going to be in that battle.
I agree.
Timberwolves are in that 7 through 10 where now they do the play-in.
Yep.
I think we're going to be in the battle for that the entire year. And I would say optimistically, I think we hope to get in there. I think can get in there. I think depth-wise, we've got other depth that if something happens or an injury, guys can plug in and play. It's going to be interesting.
Yes, I was going to say of the rosters, like this roster isn't bad. It feels like there are some pieces like plug and play pieces too. Like I don't look at this roster and think poor. And in fact, when I'm just sort of stacking them up, I agree. I had them right there in that tier with the sort of question mark teams, like the teams like Memphis and New Orleans that could go either way. Right. You could see them. And I think a lot of it with those teams too is like, I think a good start for Minnesota would be really important, right? The first couple weeks, just 500 to above 500 to where you don't want to dig yourself a hole. And then you can sort of build on that. I think that would be huge for a lot of these teams in that same, like you said, 7 through 10 range.
Yep. Quick start and just get going, get positive momentum right away. The interesting thing. So they got Russell last year and he and Towns played one game together, like 25 minutes, because that was when Carl Anthony got hurt the first game when they played in Toronto, and Carl Anthony broke his wrist at that point. So it's like, here's your 2 foundational pieces, and really what you're banking on is off a 25-minute stretch that they played together, and to see how that goes. So it's going to be interesting to see how it works. I think we're going to get a lot of Rubio Russell backcourts, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's a likable team, and I think probably they're going to get themselves into some offensive shootouts.
They will. They're going to beat some good teams and have some fun games where those 2 guys are going off like a talent. When like that's a fun 1-2 punch when those guys get going. They're offensively, I mean, right up there with everyone. Like I said, defense is still some things where you're going to have question marks and some of their limitations. But when D'Angelo and Cat get cooking on the offensive end, like that upside is huge. As we get to a team, are they finally going to fall sort of out of it to the bottom, the San Antonio Spurs. We keep talking about this every year, an organization who's been run so well, but I guess the last few years, how everything happened with Kawhi has really sort of turned them. You have DeMar DeRozan, LaMarcus Aldridge, Rudy Gay, Trey Lyles, Patty Mills, Jacob Poeltl, DeJounte Murray, Derek White, Lonnie Walker, Trey Jones. I just don't think this is that good of a roster anymore, honestly. They always overachieve with Pop, with a good organization, but they just don't feel very good.
Yeah, but I think we've kind of been writing this team off for
years,
4 or 5 years.
For years we've done it.
Then all of a sudden, hey, look what team's 14-10. The San Antonio Spurs. How are they 14-10? Well, it's Popovich. I guess he gets the most out of them. And it just seems like every year that's how this team goes. This is it. They come roaring back, and who knows with the veterans that they have, this is maybe that carries them a little bit. For all right, guys, let's get DeRozan, Aldridge, Rudy Gay, Trey Lyles, these guys, they can play, and they're going to be able to get them going. We'll see. It'll be interesting when Devin Vassell makes his way into that starting lineup, because there was a lot of buzz around him in the draft of being maybe a top 5 guy at points, and I think he ended up falling to 11 or 12. But we'll see. Pop's got his work cut out with this team this year, but
if anybody can do it, it's Pop. Yeah,
if anybody can do it, Pop deserves that chance to be able to do it.
Teams who I think might be the bottom 2 we have left in the West. First, you have the Sacramento Kings, who I like Fox. I really do. I think De'Aaron Fox is a great player on your team. Is he your number 1? Probably not, but he's a good point guard. He cares. He will work really hard. He's a little small, so he's going to try on defense, but he's not going to be the best defensive guard. You have Buddy Hield, who's a good shooter. Marvin Bagley, who I think will forever, unfortunately, be tied with Luka. And Harrison Barnes, Bielika, Corey Joseph, Frank Kaminsky, Jabari Parker, Rashawn Holmes, Tyrese Halliburton, who a lot of people were high on in the draft. They did bring in Hassan Whiteside and Glenn Robinson III, but just in the West, is a De'Aaron Fox, Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley, big 3. How far is that going to take you?
Yeah, they're going to have their work, and who knows if they move Buddy, and you've got a lot of money tied to that backcourt right now with Fox and Buddy. That, all right, how are you going to get the minutes for Halliburton that he probably should get?
Yeah.
Front court wise with Belly and Bagley. Bagley's had some injury problems.
I think Buddy could go somewhere and really help a team too. He could be a huge, a needle mover somewhere.
Yep. He could be a team. He could go to a team, probably one of those teams in that, maybe the 3 to 5 each conference range.
Yep.
And they need a shooter, starting 2 guard, maybe to fill a hole, and he would be that guy.
Yep.
So that could very well happen with him. But yeah, I think front court wise, they're going to have some battles if they could get beat up down low a little bit, and we'll see. They've got their work cut out. But I do love De'Aaron Fox. He's a fun player, and he seems to be a good kid, and he plays hard both ends of the court. But they're going to be another one of these teams that the West is going to be difficult, and they're going to be coming for these teams on the bottom, trying to get their wins to get their playoff positioning.
So we got the OKC Thunder, who, honestly, most people wouldn't have been able to name 5 guys on their roster with all the trades, all the movement, with how many picks they have stacked up. OKC and New Orleans have picked stacked for the next few years, so they don't really want to win right now. They have circled Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as sort of the guy they want to be their guy, and they want to build their team around. They got Lou Dort, who was really sort of a nice, kind of out of nowhere player last year, who's a really good defender and who can, he's becoming a better offensive player. They got Diallo, Darius Baisley, Al Horford, George Hill, Trevor Ariza, Mike Muscala, Theo Maledon, and then Pochevsky, who I think they're very high on. This is probably a team where at some point those veterans end up somewhere else, right? I don't even know how long an Al Horford, George Hill, Ariza are on this team. I could see them being moved to other spots where, other veteran teams could need a little help. This is just a team that they figured, like you said, being in the gray area in the middle ground of the NBA is kind of no man's land. They were there for a lot of years where they were a playoff team. The years with Russ and Paul George, they were a playoff team, and that wasn't ever going to win a title. Now they figured, we're going to just tank. We're going to build through the draft, and they have a lot of opportunity to do so.
Yeah, they're going to have this roster is completely blown up from where it was. I do think like they're not going to be a terrible team. Like this isn't like with Shea and with Horford, like these guys can play. Luke Dort was incredible last year. Trevor Ariza is he gets the job done. Baisley, that's where they might have a little bit of suspect stuff there, but the roster wise, like they've traded everybody and they've accumulated all these draft picks, and they're going to be like the worst team in the West potentially. And like they're still going to win games and they're going to be pesky. Like, they may not end up with more than 25 wins, but I don't see them as a team that's just getting crushed by 25.
No,
I agree.
They're
be a team that they're going to lose. All right, they're going to play the Lakers and they're going to lose by 12. They're going to play Utah and they're going to lose by 6. Like they're going to be there. We're not looking like at the NFL version of the New York Jets here.
They're not bad. They're just undermanned.
Yep.
It's probably a better way of putting it. Like they're just not deep enough, but the players that they throw out on the court are legitimate. And like you said, if you're going to have a Shea, Horford, Ariza, and Hill and Lou Dort, like those are all very capable players. They like Baisley a little bit. You throw in Pocheski, who I've heard people are high on, and Theo Maledon is someone that's another one. So what's cool is they get the chance to do things how they want. They have a good front office, and they're going to try to build through the draft and find their guys again. They're going to try to find their next group of Durant, Westbrook, and Harden and Serge that they found years ago.
Or using those picks and using and trying to move over as teams are trying to maybe free up cap space in the next offseason. Like,
Absolutely.
All right, we can give you. We just talked about Buddy Hield. Like, all right, could Buddy Hield potentially be something of, all right, we'll take him. We'll give you a first-round pick, one of the 30 of them that they have in the next 6 years. And, all right, and then all of a sudden you've plugged in your backcourt. And then you start just working piece by piece of, all right, what can we get from other teams that maybe they're willing to give up? They're going to be well-positioned to do that. Like, he does a good. Sam Presti does a good job down there, and you just have to trust that he's going to do the right thing.
Exactly, and you put your trust in Sam. I put my trust in Dave. I told Dave we were going to talk NBA for maybe like 45 minutes or so. We're going over about an hour and 50 minutes coming up on right now, and you will not find an NBA preview like this really anywhere. We wanted to go through every team, talk about every player really on every team, all the movement, all the major storylines. I like doing that because I like hitting on all the fan bases. So much when you tune into like a mainstream media stuff, you'll get the same 3 or 4 teams talked about all the time, but you don't hear a whole lot about everyone else and what happened with them. And I love that we got the opportunity to do that. I appreciate all the work you put in, Dave, right in the middle of your NBA season getting back kicked underway. So you're working hard, and you came in just swinging a stick, man. I love it. Thank you so much for all your hard work and for being so prepared.
No problem. Thanks for having me on. Now the fun begins. Now are we going to be right?
Yes, exactly.
Right on what we said here, right?
Yeah. Now we get to hear from everybody, and they can tell us how wrong we were with all of our thoughts and predictions. Dave, man, this was a blast. We'll have to check in again in a few weeks, like maybe right after the new year, and see how the first couple of weeks have gone for the T-Wolves and what we've noticed in the first couple of weeks of the NBA.
Nope, sounds good. Would love to do that, Gino. Thank you very much. Happy holidays to everybody, you and everybody listening.
Let's let the people know out there, where can we follow along with you on social media? What kind of stuff do you have coming up?
So and social media on Twitter, I'm at SuperStatsDave. I'll be tweeting a lot of Timberwolves stuff, NBA stuff as I'm watching it. And then Viking football heartbreak here and there. Missing
poor Dan
field
Daly.
Goals left to right, extra points. Here we go.
That's another podcast in itself. We could spend an hour on the Vikings kicking issues for the last few years, and they're still in the mix. They gotta bounce back this week and in the next few weeks, because they still have an opportunity in an NFC that sort of the bottom now has opened up a little bit. So Dave, man, you're so awesome, and I look forward to talking to you again.
Sounds good. Thank you, Gino.
Folks, that was Dave Handeland, an awesome NBA preview. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute with much more on That's What G Said. Horse racing fans, many of us have been using the DRF, the daily racing form, for years, studying the races, keeping up to date on news with all the articles. I remember looking for a copy at the local liquor store or picking one up at the local racetrack wherever I was going. Now it's even easier and cheaper than ever to use DRF with DRF.com and the newly optimized DRF Mobile. You can get all the tracks that you want to bet and handicap. Past performances that are mobile optimized for on-the-go handicapping on your phone. So you go to DRF.com from your mobile device, no additional cost. Tap the calendar icon on the top left. It opens all of the options for past performances and for the tools that are available. One click to bet now and DRF bets. Get real-time odds and scratches on race day. You can tap on any horse and you get those same DRF past performances that you're familiar with a larger font for your mobile display. One click to Formulator for charts, for replays if you get the Formulator version, and even on the classic past performances, you get the home screen with horses, with odds, with buyers. You get a lifetime buyer speed figure graph. You can rotate your phone for the best view, and any horse that you click on, you'll see the running lines. You can easily move from horse to horse. The same data as those traditional classic DRF past performances. You get an interactive format, which is very similar to the DRF Classic version that you're used to on the desktop. Every card includes live data updated instantly with those scratches, and so you get the accessibility from desktop to phone, cross-device functionality. You can take your notes and save them from one device to the next, and then access your account on any of your devices. On-the-go handicapping and wagering, multiple formats to view. You got the overview page with recent speed figures, current day's odds, easy access to expert selections and analysis. You got the buyer speed figure graph with lifetime buyer speed figures and chart notes for every horse. And you got those traditional DRF past performances that are just newly optimized for your mobile phones. They are constantly upgrading, improving, and making everything easier for you to get your handicapping done at DRF.com. Big thank you to Dave for helping us out, talking some NBA. That was a blast. We got through everything there, and now we are going to shift our conversation, and we're going to talk some Friday horse racing. Remington Park is the focus. Craig Milkowski from Timeform US joins us. There's a race that offers Kentucky Derby points in the Springboard Mile. We're going to talk about 6 stakes races at Remington Park on Friday. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Tons to talk about Friday night racing over at Remington Park. One of the reasons why I love doing this show is this weekend when Remington Park has a huge night of racing. It's their biggest night of the year, where they're going to have, I guess, one of their bigger nights of the year. They're going to have 6 stakes races, and with me getting the opportunity to do a show like this, I can cover whichever track has the big races every weekend. We don't have to necessarily focus on one circuit or certain things here and there. And so talk Remington Park. And a gentleman who you know very well on That's What G Said. He joins us often to talk about big races from around the world. Craig Milkowski, Timeform US. Craig, this is a card that I really wanted to talk to you about because this is a local one for you. How far about are you from Remington Park?
It's probably about a 15-minute drive. It's just on the other side of Oklahoma City. I'm on the south side. It's on the north side, so pretty easy trip here. A lot of people don't know Oklahoma City's like really big land-wise. It's one of the biggest cities in the world in the area, so you can drive a long way to get from one end to the other. But it's not too bad for me, and I go several times every meet for sure.
What's cool about this particular card and the different stakes races that we have, so there's 6 of them that you and I are going to be talking about. So if you're following along there, get your past performances out for Friday, Remington Park, December the 18th. Friday night we'll be talking about, and in the 8th race, we've got 3-year-old fillies, 3-year-olds and up, fillies and mares. In the 9th race, we got Oklahoma bred 3-year-olds. In the 10th race, we got Oklahoma bred 3-year-old fillies. We got 2-year-old fillies in the 11th. We got 2-year-olds in the 12th, and then we've got older in the 13th. So it's cool. We get a good little, like a hodgepodge of all of the different levels and even some state breds and some open races. I thought the stakes races here were pretty solid.
Yeah, they are. And as a speed figure maker for me, what I love is that they're all around 2 turns on the dirt. So I know
easy.
barring some crazy weather, sometimes they can get really windy here. It should be a pretty reliable speed figure making day. But yeah, it's a solid card. We got older 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, Oklahoma breds open. So it's always a fun card here. There's really 3 big ones here at Remington. There's the Oklahoma Derby card, the Oklahoma Classics night, and then this one.
Let's get right into race number 8. We'll talk about the She's All In. They're going to go 1.70 there. These are fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Jeweled Princess has gotten pretty sharp for Ken McPeak as of late. We also have Kim K, who's got some speed in here. You'd imagine horses like I mean, this is actually a really fun group. You can make cases for many in here. Simple Pleasure's in really nice form, trying to win a 3rd consecutive. Casual was a really buzzy horse earlier on in the year. Gold Standard, another one who's dropping out of graded stakes company and has had some success before, finishing a good 2nd at Remington Park previously behind Lady Apple. Well, who do you start with in this race, Craig?
I think you start with the morning line favorite Gold Standard, but I'm probably going to try to beat her just because I don't think she has any huge edge on the field. It's going to be an interesting race from a jockey perspective because there's not a whole lot of obvious speed in here where you just know 1 or 2 horses are going to go for the lead. There's some horses who have done it here and there, so they've done it tactically, but not that front runner that we often see. So in a race like this that I think is pretty open, I'm going to look for some value. And I'll be honest, it's really tough because Remington gets a lot of money bet at the last minute. Their morning lines, as much as I love Remington, it's not the best track for a really good morning line. So I don't try to put a whole lot of stock in those. But if I had to pick looking at those now, I would go with the Steve Asmussen trained Casual, the horse you mentioned, who was kind of a buzz horse earlier in the spring as a 3-year-old. And that's actually what I like about her, the fact she is a 3-year-old. She has some room to improve here, where the others are older fillies who we kind of know what they are at this point. And Casual, it kind of went off form. She ran a couple of clunkers, one in the Acorn at Belmont, which can probably be excused. But then she showed up at Ellis Park and lost a $100,000 stakes race badly. A good race at Monday Call, won easily, but she really did no running at all. She was given some time off, came back, I think it was about 3 months later. And though she didn't win, I thought she showed a lot of that promise she had showed earlier in her career. And I just think she'll offer more value than a couple of the other logical contenders in here.
Yeah, she was sort of down on the inside in some traffic. She got shuffled around a bit. It feels like that was one of, if she had that trip previously, she might have just packed it in, but in some of her previous races. But I think she's kind of back in good form because she still was showing some good run late. She closed really well. I wouldn't be shocked if she's, pretty close in here too. You said there's not a lot of speed, and so maybe they get aggressive because one of her better races was when she was sprinting and she wasn't sitting too far out of it. And for sort of that same reason, I'm going to use Kim K in some of the exotics as well. She's drawn really well, and I think she probably gets the lead in here. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Asmussen horses just kind of cruising maybe in 1st and 3rd in what you said, not the fastest pace in the world, because there are a lot more of the pressing type than horses that necessarily really want to go. So I think if they want to get aggressive with Kim K, she probably couldn't get the lead from out there.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. I doubt she would duel with Casual or anything. But like you said, our pace projector shows not a lot of speed. We have it coded in blue. So if it does work out that way, they're certainly going to have an edge on the field. And the one thing I forgot to mention with Casual is she is out of curling. And this will actually be the first chance she's had to go around 2 turns.
Yeah,
and
great point.
It certainly seems like that would be something that should be in her wheelhouse.
We move along to race number 9. And so in the 9th and the 10th, we'll be looking at some Oklahoma breds here. And in race number 9, these ones will be traveling 1 mile. And, at least for me, looking at this race, when you have the presence of Mesa Moon, I think Fly to the Bank with some good speed in here too. And even a horse like Okie Standard, who's going to be stretching out a little bit. Southgate wouldn't be shocked to see showing a little bit of early speed. I thought they might be going at least honest enough in here to set up for someone to be sort of like a mid-pack to closer.
Yeah, that's why we got to get you using the pace projector, Gino. It saved you a lot of work. We have it coded as a race where the pace is looking to be pretty fast in here. And I mean, granted, I made the pace projector for the large part, but I don't always agree with it. But this is a case where I do, and I think it's a good starting point for pace analysis. And that kind of gives me some trouble with the morning line favorite, Mesa Moon. He's a horse who has yet to try the 2 turns. He hadn't run really a big figure on my scale until last time when he ran a 105, which, for those who aren't familiar, we're usually about 20 points or so higher than the buyer on average. It's certainly not every race. We rate the races differently many times, but just a pretty good rough scale is what we're talking about here. And but that was over a sloppy track in 1 turn, and that's just something I don't want to take a short price on. So looking at that pace that you talked about, I'm also not a big fan of the 3rd choice in here, Great Faces, who is 7-2 on the morning line. Yeah. That's one for Donnie Von Hemmel that just doesn't have the speed figures to really be competitive in here. I mean, these are 3-year-olds, so, I mean, they can jump up, but we are getting pretty late in the year, so it's another one I don't want to take a short price on. So I looked at a couple different ones. If I had to make a top pick, it would be the inside horse, Don't Tell Nobody. Danny Caldwell owns this one. I was there on Oklahoma Classics night when this 3-year-old kind of shocked everybody. He came out of nowhere. I think he paid $80 or something like that. And I had to do a double take on my PPs.
Who was that? Yeah.
Got a great ride from Sophie Doyle that night and came back and actually dropped way down in class into kind of a starter allowance race because the horse had been in for a tag. He's actually was like a $15,000 claim. And he actually ran very well that day. He didn't win, even though he was 3-2, but there was absolutely no pace. He still was running at the end. He just got beaten next. So for me, he'd probably be the top pick given the pace. And I just think he proved that Oklahoma Classics Cup win was no fluke. And the other one that interests me a bit at a bit of a longer price is the outside horse, Fly to the Bank. He's one that has been sprinting for the most part. As a matter of fact, I don't think he's ever been 2 turns. But, you know, if he goes and gets loose, I think you can kind of put a line through his last race. It was a real strong allowance race against older sprinters. And he's just one, if I wanted to take a shot against some of the favorites and use with the 1 horse, Don't Tell Nobody, I like what Fly to the Bank has been doing. And I'm putting a line through that last one, and I really liked his race before that against Welder.
Yeah, if somebody has the opportunity to clear, or even I always love horses like this when they're drawn towards the outside. It just feels like they're not forced, right? If they're going to win, it's going to be because they're able to clear or they're able to sit into a nice cozy spot from the outside. With a horse like this, they get shuffled down on the inside sometimes, and then they really don't even have a shot. And that's not what you want when you're looking for a longer price. I'm complete agreement with you on Don't Tell Nobody. He'll probably get bet a little bit in here because he feels so much like the right horse who's just going to save all the ground. You mentioned that last race too. I was pretty impressed with it. Yeah, he took back, and then he had to make this big move early, big wide move, and he just, like you said, he wasn't stopping. It was just a move that he moved slightly mistimed, and it wasn't even Sophie's fault, really. She had to try to move early. I think it's a great spot for Don't Tell Nobody, just to save all the ground and come running in a race that looks like it has some speed. So we're in agreement on Don't Tell Nobody, and yeah, I think to the outside, Fly to the Bank is an interesting one. I guess a little more okay with using. I would prefer Great Faces over Mesa Moon, just because I think you'll probably get a little bit better price on Great Faces, and he may have the opportunity to sit a little bit more than the Mesa Moon and sort of fall into the trip. But I think I much prefer the one over everyone in here. Don't Tell Nobody. Let's move to race number 10. Here with Craig. We're talking about the You See It. We got another Oklahoma bred race in here, Craig. They're going to be going a mile in here for 3-year-old fillies. Where do you start?
This is a pretty crazy race from a handicapping perspective. It's a big field of 10. And to me, it's just wide open. I mean, a lot of the horses look closely matched in here. She's All Wolf is the morning line favorite, and I think they have that pegged right. She has done nothing but win lately, winning 4 of her last 5, but she doesn't have any particularly edge on speed figures over the rest of the field. So I'll be honest, this is one I'm going to be watching the tote board. If I had to give a pick now, like our pace projector doesn't show anything. It just thinks it's kind of going to be kind of an average pace. But with a big field like this, I'd be surprised if anybody gets away easy. So I'm going to look for a horse that maybe is going to come off the pace a little bit. And the horse I landed on is Dipping In, the 8 horse. She's a horse who had been running on the turf quite a bit, but she moved to dirt last time. And it was just a one-turn race at 6.5 furlongs. But just watching it visually, I thought she looked really good doing it. She's proven around 2 turns on turf, so I don't see any reason why that couldn't translate to dirt. And her speed figure is just as good or better than everybody else in here, so she would be the top pick for me.
Yep, I'm on the same one with you, and She's All Wolf, I think, is a deserving horse to beat. But as you said, if she's going to be an overwhelming short price in here, she doesn't have any of those standout figures or even margin of victory, right? She's not necessarily crushing horses when she's been beating them. Dipping In seems like she's got at least a little bit of upside. I like the win at Saratoga, and that was back when it was against Open Company. We know that she can show some speed if she has to, a little bit of tactical speed, but she's not going to be on the lead in here. And her November, the first race, going a mile on the grass, was the one that actually made me feel okay with using her in here because she got crossed over at the start a little bit. She settled mid-pack. She was sort of 7th in between horses, and then she moved up. She moved up pretty nicely. She was within a length. She was really trying hard all the way. She was only beaten a half length when finishing 4th. It was one of those blanket type finishes where, just a slightly different trip may have won. Maybe she doesn't have to tap on the brakes a little early. And I loved her race last time out. She was visually super impressive. She drew off early in the stretch. I'm with you. I think she just feels like she's a wild card type with some upside. And so if she's close to that price, she would be the one I'd take a swing on.
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to mention, like I said, our pace projector doesn't think it's going to be hot, but this is one of the times I would probably go against it a little bit just because there's so many horses in this field stretching out the 2 turns. And
young, stretching out. Yep.
Yeah, whether the trainer plans it or not, sometimes these horses that have been sprinting, it's not easy, especially for the young ones, to just tone it down all the way as much as you need to for a route race. So that is something we build in, but with just so many stretch outs in here, I would be surprised if it doesn't get a little bit hot up on the front end.
There are definitely versions of this race where you see Special Treasure, Juilliard, Honor, Paulie, Tiz, Callie Sue stretching out a little bit towards the outside. She's All Wolf doesn't have to be far out of it either. And then Tiz the Boss. So yeah, I mean, this race could be run, and some versions of it have a lot of these horses showing some early speed in here. So we have a horse who has some versatility, right? Has enough positional speed that we've seen from Dipping In and coming out of a sprint to where she won't have to be dead last in here. And she seems to have a little bit of versatility, which is sort of what I want in a race like this where we're not quite exactly sure how the pace is going to set up.
Right. And one thing I did want to point out with these Oklahoma breds is this is it for them for a while because the meet closes next week. I think it got extended a couple days because we got snowed out early in the week. There's nowhere for these guys or gals, in this case, to run until March when Will Rogers Downs opens up, or maybe it's February. But the horses are in here aren't prepping for anything. They're here to win. So that's another reason I think the pace in these Oklahoma bred races is probably going to be on the hot side.
We move to race number 11. We'll have the 2-year-old fillies going a mile in here. This is the Trapeze. The number 2, Olivia of the Desert, is going to get a lot of support and action coming off of a nice win over at Churchill. You have Cecile's Chapter, who has not done a whole lot wrong in here. 'Tis Splendid News for Wesley Ward has speed, and they've said they definitely want to go. Simply Sovereign is a horse who had some trouble last time out, but was able to get put up via DQ. So a big field in here, Craig. Lots of different directions to go. Who are some that you're taking a look at?
Yeah, this race isn't quite what it has been in prior years. This, unfortunately, one of the races has been hit by the COVID purse cuts. I mean, the Springboard Mile has as well, but 400 to 250 is still going to draw a strong field, whereas this one cut from 100, I think it was, down to 60 is a little bit weak. But from a betting perspective, I think it's a pretty good race. I mean, it's a big field of 11. Plenty of good horses shipping in, so it wasn't hurt as bad as I might have thought at first. It's another race. We think the pace is going to be hot, and I don't really have any problem with that one. These are 3-year-olds or 2-year-olds, actually, stretching out, many of them for the first time. So I expect it to be pretty quick. And I have no problem with Olivia the Desert. I mean, she comes in for Ken McPeak. She's been running at Churchill. I think both her wins are at the one-turn mile. So that second turn maybe gives me a little bit of pause for her. But the one thing I do prefer another horse for sure to her, and that's Brad Cox's Cecile's Chapter. She's drawn just outside of her, and it may sound a little funny coming from a speed figure guy because she only ran an 80 last time, whereas Olivia the Desert ran a 98. But these are 2-year-olds, as we say, and I think her race is really worth a watch if you haven't seen it. She kind of got shuffled back going into the first turn, and then on that turn she just was full of run, got blocked, wound up having to move wide, and just made a long sustained run that was really eye-catching, showed a lot of grit getting up to win at the wire. And personally, I think she's got a lot more in her than what that 80 speed figure showed that day.
Yeah, we might be in a little trouble at Remington Park because we're in agreement here again with Cecile's Chapter. It's sort of the same. Like, I've no knocks on Olivia of the Desert, but I was so impressed with that effort. What you mentioned, the trouble, and then, you have trouble, you get out of it and you start coming, and then she's got to run down a horse who'd already had like a 2-length advantage on a short stretch there. I visually really loved the race, and the two-back race at Kentucky was not bad either. I mean, she finished right behind Olivia of the Desert, and she actually probably ran the better race that day because she sat third. She loomed up. She was right into contention. She actually had the lead at 1 second. She just was no match for the top two that day. And hey, those top two are pretty darn good. They came right back to win out of that race. So the Dam was also a horse who's won 3 times on the dirt. So we have some dirt pedigree for her also. It's no issue for me as far as surfaces. She showed it at Keeneland last time out, and maybe even has a little more upside because she only has that one race at Keeneland, so on the dirt, and which was a race that was taken off the turf. She still has maybe some more room to step forward than Olivia the Desert right at this moment. So I prefer Cecile's Chapter over Olivia with you. Is there any other? I couldn't really I couldn't find anyone that I absolutely loved as in sort of the bigger price range. Anyone else that you want to mention?
No, I was actually in the same boat as you. I did want to say you make a really good point about that short stretch at Keeneland. It's something you can forget when you just look at the PPs and see it was a mile in the 16th race, but there's not a lot of time and for to make up ground, and for a 2-year-old to do that is just something you don't see very often. So she's the one on the whole card that I probably like the best, to be honest.
I think I might be singling her in the late pick 4 and stuff like that. Like if I'm playing late exotic, she would be the one I would single. And if she's like 5-2, that would be very fair for me if it's like playing a win wager on her, because it does look like her and Olivia are sort of on a tier above everyone else. Now, that's not saying some of these others can't jump up. And I agree with you in thinking, I don't know if either of them are even, like graded stakes quality fillies at this point. But between the two of them, I would prefer Cecile's Chapter for Brad Cox. And I love that race last time out. Let's get to race number 12, the Springboard Mile, the big one here, $200,000 the purse and Kentucky Derby points on the line. What makes this race kind of fascinating, Craig, is that the two horses who are probably going to take the bulk of the action, I'd imagine, or two of the more popular horses in here, Cowan and Out of Door, you have some major questions as far as, do they really want to go a mile on the dirt? Cowan has recently been sprinting on the turf. His dirt victory was going 4.5 furlongs, and Out of Door has never tried the dirt, worked great over the dirt at Keeneland. So at least a question mark for a couple horses that are going to be taking some money in here.
Yeah, for sure. This is quite the handicapping puzzle. It's a couple of the earlier races we talked about. And just for the reasons to say, the horses coming in from the biggest profile connections have been running on turf, some sprinting, a lot of sprints in the PPs there. So you know me by now. There's no way I'm picking one of those
Nope,
when
I
they're
knew
going to be
that.
short,
Yep.
short prices. It's just, if they beat you, they beat you. I can live with that. I've been playing this game long enough to know that those aren't the kind of horses that are going to interest me at a short price. This is one, once again, the pace projector thinks the pace is going to be fast, which is no big surprise with 11 horses in here. Lately raced 2-year-olds, many of them stretching out, and I have no issue with that. And because of that, I actually landed on kind of an outsider in here. And I say outsider, but he's actually drawn on the far inside, and that's Senor Buscador. He's a horse. It's only his second start. He's stretching out for Tim Fincher, who's come here or Todd Fincher, I believe it is. He's come here from New Mexico with a string. He's had some horses run pretty good, but this one just kind of blew me away when I watched him first time out. He ran a 97 time form US speed figure, which is strong. There are better figures in here, particularly on the turf. But again, it was a 5.5 furlong race, and this horse just was gobbling up ground like you just don't see it very often at Remington Park going 5.5 furlongs. This guy was 10 lengths back, I think it was, after 3.5 furlongs, and won by over 2 lengths. I just really liked what I saw from him. His figure fits. I think he's going to handle the extra ground well, and I do think he's going to be a bit of a price with a lot bigger connections in here.
I have a very similar handicapping analysis and angles for just a horse a couple stalls down from yours in the starting gate, and that's Vim and Vigor. I think it's going to set up for a horse to come from a little bit off the pace, and I like how he has improved since he stretched out in his last couple starts. And then visually last time out, he was defeated by one of today's rivals, Red and Wild. But if you look at that race, he was actually hooked 5 wide into the turn. He got caught 4 deep towards the rear. He makes a huge, big, wide sweeping move, and it was really an unlucky trip that he really could have won that race with a slightly different trip. Now, maybe he's a tad below the top 2 if either one of those horses can really transfer to the dirt. But if you take those 2 horses out of this race and we're looking at handicapping the rest of the field, I'm sort of doing what you did. Everyone else looks like they are sort of in a different race than Cowan and Outador. And if those 2 don't take to it, and I'm playing that they are not going to at shorter prices, I think you can make many cases for horses. And I'm making cases for horses like you that I think are going to be coming from off the pace.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that one whatsoever. He's definitely going to be flying. He's got a nice inside position, so he's got to improve. But one of the things I've really tried to focus on this year is when I bet 2-year-olds to not take speed figures too literally.
Yep.
Because, I mean, we've talked about it before. It's almost like you're watching high school athletes and trying to project what they're going to do, as college sophomores or even later in the year. And it's just hard to guess sometimes. And so you look for little visual things and little moves they make that maybe,
Absolutely.
they make a nice run for 2 furlongs one race, and the next race they do it for 4. And that can be all the difference in the world. It's no surprise to me anymore when these horses jump up 20 points on the speed figure scale, if you're using mine or buyers or anybody else, because as a guy that makes too many speed figures, I see it all the time. And one of the real things I struggled with years ago is doing projections and underrating 2-year-olds that win races because they just improve so quickly. So I've tried to transfer that to my betting this year and really look for horses I think are going to jump up and run that big number that we haven't seen yet. And honestly, it's been very good to me this year. Maybe it's just a fluke, but I'm hoping not, because it's something I just keep going back to and go into that well, trying to find the horses that are going to improve, because you know who the public's going to bet, and it's the ones with the big numbers. And that works better with older horses and late 3-year-old
Well, when
horses.
there's more,
Right.
when you have a bigger sample size, right?
Exactly.
When you've got a 10, 15, 20 race sample size to look at, we know what these horses are going to be for the most part. But that's what's so cool about the younger horses, like you're saying. So many of them may be running somewhere in a race where they weren't asked to do a whole lot. And so we don't even know if they've been pushed. Can they go a lot faster if they're put in a situation where they have to? Sure. And we see that all the time. And so completely agree with you in that especially someone like you, and I watch a ton of races. If you're listening and you trust your own handicapping and you trust your own eye, then a lot of times don't worry if you're high on a younger horse like this that maybe not quite up to snuff with the others in just a pure speed figure standpoint. If you watch that race and you thought, there's a little something there, more than might be in that figure, that's sort of what I'm looking for, especially in these races, Craig.
Yeah, I've learned a ton from my podcast partner, David Aragona, when it comes to race watching, because it definitely wasn't a strong point of mine. He does a horse to watch segment, which is really good, and I never miss anymore. But I would say this, don't get me wrong, and as well as anybody, watching races can take up a ton of time. But I would tell people, if you're limited on time, stick to the 2-year-olds, start with them, and then move on to the others if you have more time. But you'll learn way more watching the 2-year-olds than anybody else.
Absolutely. And it's just like anything, too. It's just like with the figures, right? If we have more sample size for the older horses, then one race is probably as important in their whole resume of who they are. But if there's a 2-year-old that has 2 races or 3 races, like how they did in one, if you're able to just watch 1 or 2 of those races and get a good idea of who this horse is, that's 50, 75% of their career. It matters so much more. Like any more information that you can give yourself with the younger horses, like when there's less information out there, I think is going to give you an advantage.
Yep. Well said.
Let's get to the 13th and final, and I believe I read that Signalman is going to be scratched out of this race, the 12 to the outside, who, with Cabrera aboard at the very least, was going to take some money, and it had a sort of a troubled, sneaky trip last time out. But we have the Jeffrey Hawk Memorial. They're going to go 1.70 in here. We have some older horses and some horses that are in nice form. We have Hunka Burning Love, who got really, really good for Carl Broberg. He's a 15-time winner. He's won a couple races here at Remington Park. Plainsman is sort of an interesting horse for Brad Cox, who came off a bit of a layoff last time out, but he's capable of throwing up a big figure. He's actually a graded stakes winner. And other horses that, with Signalman coming out, he would have been one of the more popular, at least by name, who people know in here. Who are some of the horses you gravitate towards in this one, Craig?
I think you got to start the race with Hunka Burning Love, just because, as you say, he's been a win machine. He's won a lot of races here at Remington. He was actually a reclaim for Carl Broberg. He lost him, I think, for $62,000 and was able to get him back for $32,000. And since then, all he's done is win 7 of 9 races, including, I think it's all 6 of his dirt routes. So he's done absolutely nothing wrong and is strictly the horse to beat, as Richard Grunder would say. But in this case, there's plenty of speed in here. I don't think you need the pace projector to see that in this case. There's just tons. You mentioned Plainsman. He's got a bunch of speed. Popularity's got a bunch of speed. There's a couple others in here as well. And Hunka Burning Love, while he doesn't have to go wire to wire, he's a horse who's always right there, right up near the front. And when he's not, he doesn't run well. Granted, one of those races recently was a sprint race, but that's it. He just didn't run. When he doesn't make the lead, he doesn't seem to be the same horse. So I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for him, and I'll probably look to some of the closers. I had originally considered Signalman.
Me too.
But I'll be honest, given his far outside post, that's going to be a bit of a problem. But he's not coming, so we don't want to waste too much time on him. But there's 2 others that interest me the most. The first one will be Van Glider for Steve Asmussen. He's drawn on the inside. He's just the obvious closer in here. Now, he did lose to Hunka Burning Love a couple times this year, once at Lone Star, once at Remington, but those races didn't have much pace at all, especially the one here at Remington Park where Hunka Burning Love just drew off and won by a half dozen lengths or something like that. But I think this is just going to be a completely different story. So he would be my top pick in here. And then the other horses moving to the outside. And Just a little segue here for a minute. If you have access to lifetime past performances, give this guy a look and start at the very first race and move up in PPs, which is a way I like to read PPs anyway. Try to get a flow of a horse's career and maybe what the trainer's thinking. But his are just fascinating. He's a horse who's running the Cigar Mile, and he's running $8,000 claiming races. So it's quite an adventure just reading his PPs. It's almost like reading a book. But that said, he's on the way back up. He was claimed for, I think it was 12.5 a couple starts back. And last race here at Remington, he made a nice move from off the pace, ran a 110 speed figure, which isn't too far off a hunk of Burning Love. And he's one that looks like he's changed his running style a little bit. So I'd even give him a shot here. And he's going to be a much bigger price than Van Glider.
And I remember this horse, from so many big races, like you said, and that's another good point too, Craig. I think so many of us start looking at the past performances from the most recent race, and then we go, okay, we look at just what happened in the most recent race, and really that's it a lot of the time. People aren't even going 2 and 3 and 4 back. I think you always want to, again, I'm not saying go and watch every replay of every race this horse has ever run, but start at the beginning of their career. See, how did things go? When did their layoffs come in? Did they change barns? Just like you said, and you get a real flow for horses. And this is one of the cooler ones to look at, talking about Summer Revolution, the number 10. I also like the one who you mentioned, Van Glider, who really feels like should save all the ground. There was one other that I thought, I don't know if from like a consistency standpoint, but the other Asmussen horse in here, Rotation, he actually just got trounced by the horse you're mentioning, Summer Revolution. Rotation had a little bit of trouble that day. What I like about Rotation is he's capable of putting in a race big enough to compete with this group. He doesn't do it every time, and that's why you're going to get a built-in price with him. But he does have the sort of running style where he might be able to sit mid-pack in a race that has a lot of other speed and fall into it. And if he's 12-1 or so, I think that would be a fair price for some connections who are super capable of winning a race like this. So again, we see how the race is going to shape up because you got Hunk of Burning Love. Right next door, you got Quality Rocket. Fast Breaking Cash is not exactly slow. Drifting West is not slow. Plainsman's going to go. American Dubai has the ability to show speed if needed. Popularity's quick. I mean, they could be really cooking it early here.
Yeah, that's how I'm looking at the race and why. I mean, normally I'm not a big closer guy, but when you see that the pace is going to be this quick, I think it's kind of the way to go. I wish I could credit. I can't remember who I read that recommended reading the past performances from the bottom up. I've read so many horse racing books over my lifetime, and I just can't remember who it was, or I'd give them credit. So when I think of it later on, I'll go say something in the tweet, but it's just something I like to do. And also my dog Novak is chiming in.
Novak.
Here. Yeah, he's barking, so I think he likes reading the PPs from the bottom up as well.
One of my old friends from TVG said that. It's funny. It's just Joaquin Jaime who works there, and it's just a thing. It's like a logical thing, but it's something that a lot of us just don't do. And it's like, oh yeah, it makes a lot more sense to get the feel of like who every horse is when you can get their career arc a lot more. So Craig Milkowski, Timeform US. Yeah, I had Emily. Normally, when I bring some of the handicappers on, we have like maybe 2 or 3 stakes races to discuss. But I had 6 to discuss with you from Remington. We had 6 to talk about with Emily Gullickson for Fairgrounds for the weekend. So a lot going on, and I like it. And not all at Gulfstream or all at Aqueduct or at Santa Anita or some of the bigger tracks that you see. It's we get Remington gets a little focus this weekend, and then Fairgrounds will start. They have some really, really big days throughout the next couple months. So a fun weekend of horse racing, Craig. And we got the holidays coming up. I want to wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Hope everything is going well for you. Tell the wife I said hello. And again, every time we talk, it's just once all this pandemic stuff is done, and hopefully everyone is safe and sound, we gotta meet up for dinner and a beer one night.
Yeah, sounds good. And I'd wish you a Merry Christmas too, but you've already had the Lakers and the Dodgers. You've had
been
enough.
A good one. All right,
you've had enough. All I'm going to leave it with is USC or frauds. Theirs is coming sooner or later.
I will in 100% agree with you on that. And it almost makes it worse because I don't like their head coach. So every time they win, it's like it keeps him around a little while longer. I like him as a person, just not as a head coach. So Craig Milkowski, will next time we have you on too, we'll be able to talk a little basketball with OKC. Probably not a year where they're going to be great, but a lot of upside, a lot of things to look forward to with them.
Yeah, I'm going to apply to be the tank commander. I don't want to see a lot of wins this year. They've shown some promise, some of the young guys in the preseason, but I do not want to see wins.
Nope, we're gonna be leading that tank with Craig Milkowski, Timeform US. Give us your information again one more time for social media, and then what do we got coming up? What's the schedule like with the podcast coming up soon?
Yeah, on Twitter, I'm at Timeform US Figs, just FIGS at the end. And then I do a couple podcasts a week with David Aragona. You can find him on the YouTube DRF channel. And we usually do a Tuesday, which recaps all of the racing from the weekend before, and then a Friday where we do some handicapping. I know we're doing one tomorrow. Our schedule may be a little off with the holidays. I know we're going to do an Eclipse Award episode here pretty soon because there's not a whole lot of racing to recap, but we always tell you in advance on social media what's coming. So that's where to follow us, and hope you guys can listen.
That's a must listen each and every week. Craig, love talking with you, man. Have a great one. Happy holidays again, and thank you. Good luck this weekend.
Yep, you too, buddy.
That's Craig Milkowski, Timeform US. Let's take a quick break here on That's What G Said. Plenty more to come. Don't go anywhere. Big thank you to Craig Milkowski. Always a blast talking some racing with Craig. Before we get into our interview with Brian Howard from Stable Duel, we got to let you know a little bit about oldsmokeclothing.com. I know you're probably looking around thinking there's a few people I don't have a gift for yet. I got a perfect solution for you. Go to oldsmokeclothing.com, and right on the front of the page you can see there's a Secret Santa 3-pack. For $50, you get a Secret Santa 3-pack. This thing will be sent to you within 48 hours of your purchase, and it's a mystery 3-pack. You're going to get 3 different t-shirts that you can, give to your horse racing friends, family, anyone that you're looking for a gift. Now keep in mind, this 3-pack for $50, this is like a 50% savings. Normally, this would be somewhere between $90 to $96. And if you use the promo code GINO, you get free shipping on your order. oldsmokeclothing.com. Show the horse racing fan in you. If you need anything, hats, t-shirts, hoodies, long sleeves, this is the place. oldsmokeclothing.com. Don't forget about that promo code GINO. Going to get you free shipping on your order. Now we head over to talk some Stable Duel with Brian Howard. We talk with Brian about how he got involved with Stable Duel, what he does for them. We talk about the weekend contests coming up and all of the free contests next week. Enjoy Brian Howard talking some Stable Duel. Big weekend coming up in the world of horse racing. And if you've been following Stable Duel on social media, you know that there's a new star on the Stable Duel crew now. I'm talking about Beho, Brian Howard, who just seems like a really fun guy. So we had to bring on Brian to talk a little bit about what's going on with Stable Duel this weekend. There was also some big news just released. We are recording this Thursday afternoon into the evening, and we now know there are going to be a bunch of free games coming up the week of Christmas. So happy holidays to everyone out there. Brian Howard joins us on That's What G Said. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Gino. How are you?
Doing good, man. It seems like I'm so jealous of following along with you guys on social media. It seems like you have an absolute blast over there at Stable Duel. So give us a little bit of your background. Tell us, who is Brian, and then how do you get hooked up with Stable Duel?
Okay, so Brian's born and raised right here in Lexington, Kentucky. I was kind of born into the horse business. My grandfather started riding horses at the fairgrounds at 16. In Louisiana, and traveled the circuit and landed right here in Lexington, and kind of the rest is history. We've stayed here. He trained horses after he was done riding, and just some cheap claimers. We used to go up to Turfway and River Downs a lot, and so as a kid I got to skip school and go to the track with him and hang out on the back side, which is the best side. and a love was born.
When you get in early, you're in. You're hooked. When you get in horse racing early on, you're just hooked. Like we were talking, I posted yesterday on Twitter with the answer to one of the Stable Duel tweets. Like my mom and dad met each other at the track. I was at the track a couple weeks in at the farms here and there. We had horses that we would go and, we were always apart. And it's just, once that happens, we're done, right? We're in for horse racing forever.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're hooked. My son now, I've got a 10-year-old son and a 6-year-old daughter, and if they see me watching racing, they'll come down, "Hey, Daddy, who you got?" And they'll cheer. They've been at the OTB for 20 years.
Yeah. It's just a blast. It was something that I shared with my grandpa. My grandpa shared with my dad. I share with my dad still to this day, calling me up right after every race. "Damn it, did you see I had the 5 right there?" Or who do you, just back and forth all the time. And it's just, it's so great. So then, you're in horse racing, obviously, and it's something that is a part of you. How do you get in touch, and how do you get hooked up over at Stable Duel?
Okay, so it's kind of a long story. I'll give you the brief thing. My grandfather actually quit back when I was probably a teenager, 15, 16 years old, and so I was just kind of out of the business. I still gambled and go to Keeneland quite frequently. I live 6-7 minutes from there, but I did a lot of other things, sold cars, worked in the court system for a while. And I finally went back to school to get my degree. And right as I was finishing up, Stable Duel pops up. I'm like, oh, this is a great game. So I was like, I'm just going to shoot my shot. So I DM'd them on Twitter and said, "Hey, I know you all probably aren't hiring right now, but I'd like to send you my resume. And if something pops up, just keep me in mind." I sent it. Bree responded, said, "Yeah, send me your resume in an email." I said, "Okay." I did it. Never expected anything. Just played the game like you do, like others do. Had a blast with it. And one day she just called and said, "Hey, I need you to come over and hang out for a little bit." And so I went over there thinking I was going to hang out and watch some races, and it turned into a job interview, and the rest is history.
Oh, that's so cool. And they're just a great crew. And it was sort of similar how I was when I saw Stable Duel coming forward, and I figured, I'm with my show here, and what I'm looking for is I'm always looking for partners or people to work with that products I know, people I like, people I trust. This just seemed like from the very beginning, like such a good group. And I said, I would love to. And I played the game a bunch. I was like, I played daily fantasy, all sorts of other stuff. This is me. This is for me. Like, I would love to, to talk about this on my show a lot and help you guys out. And so I've had a blast working with everybody from the very beginning. It's such a fun crew over there. And they're doing some awesome things. One thing I love, Brian, is that they're always willing to try different things as far as contests, different formats for the contest, different amounts for, the entries, as far as giving people free all the way up to big ones, $100, $150 entries for some of the bigger players to get in some of their contests. And we got a really cool week coming up. Right now, what's great is Gulfstream Park is in the beginning part of that excellent meet that they have every year. That is one of the best meets ever. So strong, so deep. And that has become, and looks like it's going to really be a staple for Stable Duel moving forward right now. And so nice to have like a strong track like that almost every day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We want to provide the best racing to our customers as well, but we want something for everybody. So, our tracks go from small tracks that people don't normally play to Gulfstream Park in the middle of one of the best meets going right now. So that's something we want to offer to our players, and, have a little something for everybody. We want people to try out new tracks. We're getting a lot of positive feedback from players about that. People saying, "Hey, I would have never played Delta Downs, but, with your game, it allows me to do it." And now I find myself handicapping Delta Downs every day. So, we're helping the little guys and riding the big guys. So,
and it's such a back and forth relationship too, because you spend the time handicapping the races, and whether you're just going to play Delta and you weren't thinking about playing a stable duel lineup, and then all of a sudden, oh, there's a stable duel lineup there. Well, you already handicapped the races. Why not go put one in? And then vice versa. If you got some money on your stable duel account and you're going, oh, I'm going to play Delta today. And you do, and then all of a sudden there's 3 or 4 races that you really like horses, and you're going to go bet them, right? It's a back and forth relationship.
Absolutely. I myself, I can't play the game anymore. It's stable duel, but I do probably gamble too much at that now. Just living that degenerate life. But no, I've really enjoyed it. Like I said, I mean, we've had players say they play the tracks more. They're gambling more than they would normally if they're playing a stable duel game. That's beneficial to the tracks as well. So, it's a partnership in horse racing where, horse racing's kind of behind the times on helping everybody out. The old blood and old money wants to keep it and not grow. And this sport needs to grow and needs more people like you and like the people at Stable Duel, marketing the game more to younger audiences. And getting everybody involved, and like, we can help you, you can help us. It'll benefit everyone. Let's not try to keep this thing down. Let's grow it.
And we got a big weekend coming up. We're recording this on Thursday, so let's talk about the schedule for the weekend. On Friday, we've got that Gulfstream Challenge Leg 3. It's a top 10, so you got a $50 entry there to get in, and the winner gets a free entry into Saturday's series finale. If that's a little too much for you, there's also a $5 entry at Gulfstream. There's a Tampa $25 triple up, and then a Penn National 10 entry. So that's what's cool here is you've got a top 10, you've got a top 10 with a little added incentive, you got a $5 regular contest, you got a 25 triple up. So just different formats, different racetracks, a lot of options on Friday.
Yeah, again, we just want to cater to everyone, whether not everybody's got $50 to put in the game, but, everybody can put in 5. So it's for everybody. We want as many people to play as possible and come from as many backgrounds as possible.
And on Saturday, everybody can put in free. Everybody can put in free. It doesn't cost you anything to create a stable duel account. It doesn't cost you anything to sign up and create an entry. It only costs you when you enter a contest. And if you're entering this free contest, it doesn't cost you anything. And some places will offer you free contests where maybe they'll send you a t-shirt or something if you win, which is nice. That's great, right? Something for free. That's not the case here. These free contests at Stable Duel that, you'll have on Saturday, and then we're going to have a bunch of them next week. They give you actual money for winning, for finishing in the top, for finishing in the money. You get actual cash back for nothing.
Yeah, there's not many places doing that, if any.
No.
If there is, I haven't found any. But, again, you talk about the group we've got over there. We're bouncing ideas off each other all day long. It's a creative place filled with creative people. And, we've got some good ideas and we've had some bad ideas. But, I feel like we've had more good than bad, and this is something that kind of came up, and we decided to run with it. And, I mean, these free games all next week, there's no reason not to play. A lot of people are going to be home for the holidays. Get your family members to sign up and play. I mean, I don't know how your family is, but my family, I will have the entire family playing except for me and my wife.
Mom, Dad, and my girlfriend Stephanie all have their stables, and they get loaded up all the time.
there will be more trash talk. We're doing actual Christmas with my grandmother and grandfather on Saturday. For the Gulfstream game. So they'll all have their stables, and I'm going to try to get some video of all them yelling at the TV and making fun of each other's picks. It should be some pretty good viewing on Twitter this weekend.
And one thing I've found out too, and just the one or two times where there would be a lower level contest and then a higher level contest, I would put my entry in the lower level contest. Of course, it would be like an incredible entry that would have won the higher one. So I'm always kicking myself. So again, on Saturday, you could play that free contest at Gulfstream, or for $50 entry, there's a top 10 in leg 4 of that Gulfstream Challenge with $5,000 in prizes. So that's the big one really for the weekend.
It is, and we want everybody.
You got a couple plays, right?
I'm sorry.
You want to dish a few out for that contest? I think you said you looked at. There's 2 stakes races.
We looked at a couple of the stake races, the 9th and the 10th. The 9th at Gulfstream, we got a mile and 3/16 on the grass. I don't know. Did you take a look at it? Have you looked at it?
Yeah. This is the small stakes race. I thought the horse to the outside, Great Island, who at 3-1 is not going to be cheap. It's still going to cost you $8,000. But I thought a horse that has some real upside here. I mean, lightly raced, and if you look at who that one ran into in the career debut, that's a multiple graded stakes winner. So I think this is a horse who's in a good spot with some upside, and maybe a race where I would be okay spending up a little bit. What about you?
Yeah, so this one's tough for me because I look at it as a gambler and then as a stable duel player because I used to play, So as a gambler, I think that, the 8 and the 9 are almost identical horses. Like if you look at their speed numbers, they run kind of the same race. You're getting
same style, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting Gaffleon and Ortiz. I mean, 2 of the best. So as a gambler, I could go for either one of those and not feel bad about it.
Yep.
At the end of the day, if I had to play a bet on this, I'm going with Irad. I mean, everybody makes fun of me at the office for being an Irad fangirl, as Bree called me today on Twitter. But at the end of the day, I want my jock to do anything he can to get in the winner's circle. Now, it's going to cost me a few times. He's going to get taken down from time to time. But it beats checking a horse in the lane and running 8. That's not going to do me any good either. So
you get a run for your money as a bettor. You don't feel like you got cheated. You don't feel like you got cheated, and that's huge for you. Man, we're putting our hard-earned money in here, right? There's a lot of people that are having fun, but we're spending some money in gambling, or anytime you're playing the races, you're gambling a little bit. You want to make sure you get a good run for your money, and you feel like that. That's why he's perennially, one of the best right now, is because he's willing to make those moves.
Yeah, I wrote an article about it, and you being out on the West Coast, some of the people out there are not happy with me.
If you're not getting like some people mad, you're not doing it right, Biho?
Exactly. But anyways, as a stable duel player, it's not going to be a ton more value. But I was kind of looking at it right before we came on, and this 2 horse is intriguing to me. I think it's the one that's going to get out in front, and all these other horses want to stalk or come from off the pace. And he's just good enough. He may be able to go wire to wire. You're not going to get a ton more value at 7-2 than 5-2 and 3-1. But you'll
be in front.
Save a couple $100.
Yeah, and you'll be in front. You'll be close and get a good run for your money throughout there with that one as well. Traipsing, I think we were talking about in race
Absolutely.
number 9. Yep. And then the 10th race is the other stakes race here. I mean, this is a really cool race. This is a big field with a lot of horses that we know pretty well. Frenzy Fire is going to take a lot of money. Yeah, he's a well-known horse the last couple of years. Who would you look to or maybe think about using here?
Okay. So I like the 8 horse here, Sleepy Eyes Top. I think, like you said, this field's loaded. I mean, any of these horses could win, and it would not shock me one bit. But Sleepy Eyes Todd did a couple things that just kind of jump off the page at me. One being, his last race in the Lafayette, he closed at Keeneland. Nobody closes at Keeneland on the dirt. Nobody. And the fact that he came from so far back to win that race, that's a special horse. So I'm going with him. I think at 5-1, you're getting fair value on it.
What's nice about him is he doesn't like, and that's not his normal running style either. He's probably not going to be on the lead with this group, but he could be more in the middle, right? It just shows you it's so nice when the horse that we know that we've seen on the lead can come from the back like that and show you just a brand new dimension.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I'm looking at my notes here, and the first thing it says is he's versatile. He doesn't have one style. He can do it from the front. He can do it from the back. I love horses like that. If you're betting a speed horse and he doesn't get the lead, your day's over, and so forth. So, this horse has proven that if he doesn't get the lead, he can still come and win the race. So that's who I'm going with. I think you're going to get fair value as a bettor. I wouldn't be shocked if he went off more than 5-1.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
because I think Firenze Fire is going to get hammered.
Diamond Oops is going to take some money too, who I think he's very classy. He makes a lot of sense if you can spend up in this race. And a little tease for after I'm done talking with Brian, I'm going to give a couple more stable dual horses out. And I've got one that's 15-1 on the morning line and another that is 12-1 on the morning line. So I'll give you a few that you can really maybe use in a lineup or two, and that'll give you the opportunity to spread out and spend up in some other races, because those are not going to cost you a whole ton at just around 500 and 750. So a little tease for after we're done talking with Beho here, but just a cool Gulfstream card again. Every day at Gulfstream, that's great. Like even the weekday cards that aren't as great at stakes, heavy or maybe is like we don't get the quality, you get the quantity. They're just always big fields and really good betting opportunities.
Yeah, and that's what I really love about, again, some of these West Coast fans give me a hard time because I just, the races fill up here. You're getting 10, 11, 12 every single race, and it's just so much value for the player. It makes stable players be able to get more value. It makes bettors be able to get more value. In the 5-horse, 6-horse, 7-horse fields that, unfortunately we've been seeing out there in California, it's just tough. It's tough.
No, it's no good for anybody. Anywhere. Doesn't help anybody. I'm someone who loves the Southern California racing, grew up here my whole life. And it's just the last few years, it's not as fun to play, period. It's just unfortunate because you can't find the 5 to 10 to 1 shots race in and race out that you will find at other racetracks that just have bigger fields and more opportunities. And there are still some days that are good and maybe a little bit less with a little sort of time off from the turf course right now when they're at Los Alamitos. We might get a good strong week or two at the beginning of Santa Anita, but it's been unfortunate. And what's nice is, hey, you can very easily nowadays just turn and look to some place like Gulfstream Park that's given you massive fields, big time racing. So they're couple contests on Saturday at Gulfstream. At Tampa, they also have a couple options for you. There's a $10 entry. There's also a $25 triple up. And then on Sunday, there's a $10 entry at Gulfstream, a $50 triple up, and Hawthorne comes into the mix with a $10 double up too. So just another racetrack, Brian, that jumps into the mix, and that's going to lead into a big week. We heard the announcement from Bree just a little earlier today. So, okay, help me out one more time. We're going to be getting 6 free contests next week, 1 a day, except for Christmas, because there are no contests on Christmas.
You're getting 1 a day, all 6
Wow.
days. I actually haven't seen the video Bree put out. You've seen we're having group workouts. We were at the group workouts when she sent the video, but I've got the schedule in front of me. So, 6. I'm counting 6 here, and looks like next week, you brought up Santa Anita. That Saturday card, if that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what does.
Graded stakes. Unbelievable. There's going to be a Santa Anita contest next week. It looks like on tap. It's going to be a big one, probably something like $100 buy-in or so. So there'll be a big contest next week at Santa Anita. But before we even get to the day after Christmas, we've got free rolls, and what's cool about the free rolls next week is it looks like they're going to be like a bunch of different tracks. We might have one at Delta, maybe one at Parks, maybe one at Penn National, another one at Tampa, and then a Santa Anita one. So it's not just, okay, we're going to have free rolls at one track. You're going to have opportunities for, maybe you are just someone who focuses on the West Coast racing, or maybe Tampa is the circuit for you, or maybe, you are someone who's more into the Pennsylvania circuit. You're going to get opportunities to take a shot next week, which is really cool.
Yeah, exactly. We've had a lot of feedback from our players. We listen to our players a lot. You can see us interacting with them all the time. And we've had so many people tell us, just with quarantine and being stuck in their houses and stuff, they're starting to try these new tracks. They're getting into this and learning to handicap. Santa Anita doesn't play like Keeneland does. Gulfstream doesn't play like Tampa does. So you're getting a free shot at it. What better way to learn than for free? And then, hey, if you're a whiz, you're going to win money right out of the gate.
What's cool about the free contest too is it serves a couple of purposes. Not only is it great to, hey, bring in somebody new. Maybe you've seen one of the ads somewhere, have you heard us talk about Stable Duel on the show, but you've never gotten in. Well, now it's an opportunity to try for free. You don't feel, if you finish dead last, it's not going to cost you any money. You don't have to feel like overwhelmed or maybe, oh, I don't know how to play that. Or two, if you're someone maybe like me or someone who has played this game a lot, it gives you the chances to sort of try different things out, see how you like a different strategy, maybe a different take that I probably wouldn't want to do if I'm spending 50 on an entry, but for free, I can take a swing or two in a different way. See, is this something that I might want to do from moving forward? So that's really what's cool for this. Again, I'm saying cool like I'm a little kid. That's how excited I am about Stable Duel over and over. But man, when I get a chance to play free rides all week long and, tweak my strategy a little bit and check out some of these other tracks, I'm pumped.
Oh, absolutely. And when when I used to play before I got hired on, I was the same way. I would play with different strategies and try this on a free track. And, it's always good to be able to try something for free.
Okay, you got into it for a second. I had to ask you a little bit more about the group workouts. How you doing? You're still with us. You sound strong. Your voice sounds strong. You're not like completely exhausted. How have those been going so far?
Thanks. Actually, today I was a little more concerned than any day. We had a tough one on Tuesday, and I was still pretty sore. But out of it, I feel, to be honest with you, I played baseball in college, and when that was over, I told myself I'd never work out again, and got way out of shape and unhealthy, and I got dragged back into it, and it's just good. So, I'm still here, and I'm still going, and have no intentions of quitting anytime soon.
There you go. Keep on keeping on. And you and I have had some conversations about wrestling here and there. So I'll have to have you back at some point where we can do like a full recap of an AEW episode or a show, or even an old pay-per-view. I do a lot of those where we recap the old shows from years back. Give me like a minute or two on like how'd you some of your wrestling fandom. How'd you get into being a wrestling fan? Like, what was it, a big something you've been a fan of your whole life? Some of give me one or two of your favorite wrestlers. Just a little overall on your fandom.
Well, I had the pleasure of my teenage years were the Attitude Era.
Oh yeah.
So,
Austin 316.
It was must-see TV. The Rock, Stone Cold, DX, all those guys. It was must-see TV on Monday night with the Raw and WCW Nitro, going head-to-head every week.
Oh, yeah.
My buddies and I would be together every Monday, flipping back and forth, trying not to miss anything. I'm sure we were missing more than we were seeing, but it just kind of stayed with me. And,
oh, yeah.
I still like to do it and see guys like Jericho on AEW still going at it. He's one of my favorites all time, along with The Rock. The whole Attitude Era was just amazing. So anybody that was involved in that, I'm a fan of.
Hey, The Rock became one of the biggest stars in the world out of that. We've never seen wrestlers really cross over to that sense, and he definitely sort of paved the way for other guys coming afterwards. And Jericho is just hilarious. He's so much fun. I love tuning in Wednesday nights, man. It's more wrestling out there is better for wrestling fans, right? It just gives you more of an option to find whatever fits. Whatever fits your taste, whatever you like. Are you into more comedy? Do you want more serious wrestling? There's great stuff in New Japan now going on, all over. So that's what's cool with the internet and all of the accessibility we have. We can watch stuff like we really couldn't have 20 years ago. And AEW is kicking some butt right now. They're doing really good things.
Yeah, I love it. I try to catch it every Wednesday. I told you I've missed this one. I've got it recorded. I'm going to watch it probably as soon as I get off here with you. But, going back to The Rock real quick, a lot of people forget, his stardom didn't always start that way.
No, Rocky Maivia.
Shift from Rocky Maivia to The Rock. And once that persona changed, he became who he is today. And who knows what would have happened without that. He may have been out of the business and nobody'd even know who he is. But, that's why those guys get paid the big bucks.
It was amazing. It was, you wonder even like today, would they have had the patience with him. If they would have thrown him out there and the crowd's chanting Rocky sucks and they're not into him, do they even say, oh, hey, we love this guy, let's turn him heel and let's give him a chance to cut this like awesome scathing promos on everyone? Or do they just say, he's just another guy, let's send him back to the Performance Center, or we'll send him somewhere else? You just don't know the way things have changed. And man, I love, yeah. We'll definitely have to have you back so we can talk for hours wrestling, because we'll have some fun talking Attitude Era. So I got that's some homework for you. Think in your head of one or two Attitude Era shows that you want to talk, and I'll bring you back sometime and we can recap one of them and go back and relive some of our favorite memories.
All right. It sounds good, man.
That is Brian Howard. Brian, give the folks out there one more time your plug on social media. Let us know where we can follow along, and at Stable Duel for all of the information. Anytime you need anything with Stable Duel, you do a lot of blogs over there on the site now. You're posting the contest schedules and stuff. So give us your info.
Okay, so on Twitter, you guys can follow me at Brian Howard SD. That's BRIAN. And obviously at Stable Duel. You can reach me through either one of those, and I'd appreciate it. I love interacting with the fans.
Doing a great job over there in marketing at Stable Duel. Brian Howard, this will definitely be the first of many times we have you on. That's what G said. Thank you so much, buddy. Have a great weekend. Good luck.
Thank you, Gino. Talk to you later.
That's Brian Howard, Stable Duel. Let's take a quick break, and right after this, I'm going to give you a couple more horses to play on Saturday at Gulfstream Park and to throw into your Stable Duel lineup, so don't go anywhere. B-Ho is the man. Thank you to Brian Howard for talking Stable Duel with us, dishing out a couple plays for Saturday at Gulfstream Park. Speaking of which, I'm going to recap a couple of mine. So in the fourth race, there are a couple horses that I think you should throw into your early pick 5, or if you're playing a Stable Duel contest and you're playing a lineup, they're really nice horses to use because they're not going to cost you a whole ton. They're pretty good value at 12-1 and at 10-1 on the morning line. I'm talking about the 8 Mista Donzella, who I thought was fine in his career debut going long on the grass. It really was not bad. I think just a little step forward on the slight drop in class makes this one a player in here. And the number 9 Hard Game at 10-1 would only cost you $1,000. Mista Donzella would only cost you $750 in Stable Duel. They're both nice horses to throw into your pick 5. The Mike Maker trainee, they claimed for 50, took a shot last time out, just had some early trouble and then never got in the mix. I'm very willing to excuse that race and give him another shot in here. So the 8 and the 9 are a couple of horses I'm going to be throwing in to my early pick 5s in race number 4 at Gulfstream on Saturday. For the later part of the card, let's turn to the 9th race. This is one I mentioned a few minutes ago when we were talking with Brian, and it's the 9 Great Island, who would be the type of horse who I would be okay maybe even singling in sort of some of your late exotics. And at Stable Duel, I'm okay with spending up a little bit on Great Island, who I feel like has a ton of upside in here. And her lone defeat was to multiple graded stakes winning Mean Mary. Great Island looks like one that's on the upswing there for me. So at 3-1, I don't think you're going to get 3-1, so it doesn't feel like the type of horse we can bet to win, but maybe a horse to kind of key in some of your exotics and to throw into a Stable Duel lineup. In the 10th race, I really like Diamond Oops. I become such a fan of Diamond Oops, the number 7, recently, and he just didn't have the best trip in the Breeders' Cup. He didn't run poorly. He was just wide. He was in between. He never really had a shot making a huge wide, like so wide of a move. He can run on any surface at any distance. He loves Gulfstream Park. He's really versatile. I just think he's better than this group. If he's anything over 5-2, I'm going to bet him to win. That's the number 7 Diamond Oops. I'm going to use him in my Stable Duel lineup. And at 8,000, it'll cost you because he's a 3-1 shot on the morning line. In the 11th race, here's a horse who is probably going to get bet down a little bit, and that is the number 7, Advanced Placement, who is just bred beautifully. This is a 2-year-old first-time starter for Brian Lynch, and he is a daughter of Miss Chapin, who won her only start going long on the turf at Del Mar, earned a really nice figure in doing so, looked like a good one, but we never saw her again. And then you look at the turf pedigree. This horse is a full to admission office who's a graded stakes winner, grade 1 winner Coffee Click. This one's a half sibling to that one. Like every one of this horse's siblings are really good turf horses. Advanced Placement has trained on the grass in the morning so far. So you have a horse with a monster turf pedigree for a barn that's super capable first time out, even going long first time out. And they've been working on the grass. I wouldn't be shocked if this horse gets cut in half. And so make sure to throw him into your pick 4s and your pick 5s. I'd probably want at least 8-1 if I was going to bet him to win. That's the kind of horse you're looking for in Stable Duel. You want a horse that you think is going to get bet down a little, because instead of getting them morning line, you're going to be getting them at their off odds. So you're basically paying a lot less for the type of horse that you want. So a couple horses to think about at Gulfstream on Saturday, the 4th race, the 8 and the 9. Throw them into some of your early exotics. The 9th race, the number 9, Great Island. Maybe we'll build some exotics around Great Island, and in the 10th around Diamond Oops, the number 7. In the 11th race, include Advanced Placement. Maybe put a few bucks on that one if it's anything over 8-1. That is Saturday over at Gulfstream Park. Right now, we're going to talk a little bit about Sarah Candles and the Holiday Candle Box. The website, CERAcandles.com, sarahcandles.com, and when you use the promo code GINO, you get 10% off your purchase. Now, there is something that's great for holidays. It's the Holiday Candle Box. You're looking for a gift, we've got it for you right here, and it's only going to cost you $20 plus the shipping, less than that when you use that promo code GINO. Each holiday box contains one 5-ounce Christmas morning candle and one 5-ounce cranberry Christmas candle. Handcrafted candles, soy wax. So we're not talking toxins, carcinogens, pollutants that are in a lot of the other leading candle brands. If you like candles, try these ones out. They are better for you. They're healthier, and because of that soy wax, they actually will burn longer. And maybe you're not interested in these particular scents. Don't worry. They've got 25 different scents, all sorts of different summer scents, holiday scents, scents for different moods, you name it, they've got it. 3 different sizes, all natural soy wax candles. SarahCandles.com, CERAcandles.com. Use that promo code GINO. It'll get you 10% off of your purchase. Let's continue to roll along here. Next up, we're going to go to the entertainment portion of the show. We're going to have the Mandalorian Season 2, Episode 7 recap with Darin Zoccali. It is the way. Mandalorian, I'll help you. We're going to talk everything that happened with Darin, who is a big Star Wars expert. He knows everything going on in the expanded universe. So, spoiler alert for Season 2, Episode 7, everything that happened in The Believer. Here we go. Mandalorian with Darin Zoccali. Season 2, Episode 7 of The Mandalorian, The Believer. Spoiler alert for those of you who are listening. If you have not watched this episode, we are going to talk about what went on in Episode 7, which is the second to last episode of Season 2. We have one more, the season finale, coming up just on Friday. So a lot of you will probably be hearing this, and you'll be able to go right away and watch that season finale. But before that, we're going to get you all caught up on everything that happened in The Believer. And here to break it down with me for the first time, really talking Star Wars with me. You've heard this man wear many different hats: wrestling, horse racing, NFL, old and new wrestling. Now we're going to talk some Star Wars. He's a big Disney guy, a big Star Wars guy. Some huge announcements over the week that we'll talk about afterwards. But DZ, Darin Zoccali, joining me. And Darin, as an overall fan of Star Wars and someone who you said has listened to or read, watched everything Star Wars, and how do you feel overall The Mandalorian has done? Where do you stack this up? How good is this coming from a Star Wars fan?
I think it's probably the best thing that I've seen them put out in terms of a non-feature film. I listen. I love Rebels. I love Clone Wars. But this show for me is so different and yet so connected that I think there's a lot of brilliance to that, and how they've kind of gone through the series, giving you not just Easter eggs, but having the Mandalorian kind of have his own story here while constantly cycling back and just making, connections with different parts of the Star Wars saga. And I think they've done a great job of that throughout the first 2 seasons. Each episode is kind of unique in and of itself. Hey, I mean,
yeah. And so in that case, what's cool too is that, if you're not someone who, like for me, when this show started, I had been someone who just watched all of the movies. And I loved all the movies. I'd watched them over and over. I just hadn't gotten into some of the comics or any of the animation stuff. And then once Disney Plus came together too, it makes it so easy for you now. Because everything is literally right there. I mean, it's all right. Like all the movies are all right there. The series are all right there. Almost everything is there. And so it's become so easy. And now, like my girlfriend and I, we just started watching this show together last year and we love it. And she isn't someone who, knows a whole lot more than just what's going on this show. And it completely entertains her, but it also does the job of entertaining someone like you who knows everything. And then it also does another job of getting someone like me even more interested to the fact where I'm already going back and watching all of this other stuff now. It's pretty phenomenal that it's able to do so many different things.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when I first started watching, I had told my friends that weren't big Star Wars fans, look, you should watch it because it's not all, well, it's not even close to all, Vader and Luke stuff. You could watch this show and just enjoy it as a show.
Mm-hmm.
While that's still the case, if you are a big Star Wars buff, there is more and more for you to connect to. And, and I could see your point where if you just started watching this show, there's been people that have popped up now, like Ahsoka and stuff like that, where it's like, well, okay, I need to look up who this person is and why they're important. And then you look up who they are and why they're important. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. This was Anakin's, apprentice. Whoa, wait a minute. Now I got to go back and watch that,
Incredible.
So it really draws you into all the different points of the storyline, which is really cool.
And we've really seen that happen in season 2. Like there were a lot of Easter eggs and stuff in season 1, but it was mainly setting up the story, what's going to happen, like what are they trying to do. And then once we got like Bo-Katan, we got the Boba Fett sighting earlier in the season, and then we were able to get Ahsoka, and it's really been like the Boba episode recently, and now this particular episode that we're going to get into, this wasn't as much of like unlocking some of these stories and, letting Boba Fett out of the shell after 40 years and, letting him go crazy. It wasn't anything like that, but this was still a really good episode and very important because this was a major step along the way for the Mandalorian, for Din, trying to get Grogu back, who had been taken from him and now is with Moff Gideon as of last we've seen. And what this episode does is, in its own right, we get a really cool story arc for the character Miggs Mayfield. I guess it's the cousin of Baker. And he gets to turn. We have some cool scenes where he sort of gets like a little preachy and has these one-on-ones and heart-to-hearts with Mando. And it sort of sets him up to be a future character in probably one of these spin-off series that we've been hearing about.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, there's so many different directions that they can go. And now that they've announced all the different spin-off series, you're kind of like going back to The Mandalorian. Find people that are going to be like, okay, where's this person going to show up again? Because the thing about all these spin-offs that you need to realize, if you are not deeply entrenched in Star Wars, lore and canon, but the thing you need to realize is that all of the spin-offs are going to be taking place at a wide array of different time periods. So because you see them in The Mandalorian doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to see them in another show that you think they might be in. If they're in The Mandalorian, they're not going to be in a show that probably took place during the High Republic or, even between episodes 3 and 4, you may see a younger version, but it's going to be different. So yeah, that's another part of this. Now that they've announced all these different shows, which quite frankly, has my head spinning with excitement.
Yeah.
Because it's like having that all drop on you at once and just being like, wait a minute, they're doing all of this like at the same time.
Yeah.
It's going to be, and I'm sure they're going to be released over a period of time. So you're not watching everything simultaneously, but that's the great part about the Star Wars saga. And it's Mandalorian is a part of it, is that, yep, it's a great story and it develops and you follow it, but it takes place over such a long period of time that there are always these dots that still need to be connected. And you're always left wanting a little bit more and wondering either what happened from there or how did we get to this point. And they're going to keep releasing these shows, and it's going to keep answering some of those questions while creating brand new ones that's going to keep you wanting more, which is what makes it so much fun.
Let's get into Season 2, Episode 7, The Believer. We open things up right away, and we are in the Carthen chop fields, and we have a droid here who is going to Mayfield. He's telling Mayfield that he is going to be released, and we see Cara Dune there. He's going to be released for transport. He doesn't know what's going on. They walk over, and he keeps asking questions, and right away, we're going to get a really good sense of comedy when you got Bill Burr back. So this episode, he's hilarious, DZ, in a lot of different ways, and it fits really well. Just his one-liners with Mando, he's very flirty with Cara, and then, of course, some of the stuff he says a little bit later on when they get into the, way more in the Imperial transport, like the mining area. He just does a really great job all throughout the episode. We get an arc from him, and he brings just a great sense of comedy.
Yeah, there is. I mean, he's had some great lines. One of them was, and it was a great Easter egg, where he says, I wonder what you look like under there.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a Gungan. Is that why you still don't want to show your face? And that's obviously a callback to, episodes 1, 2, 3 and Jar Jar Binks. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, he always had that stuff where he had these great quips, these great one-liners. I mean, when he's standing there and he thinks like he sees the Mandalorian or what he thinks is the Mandalorian coming off the ship, and he's like, "Oh, I thought you were another guy."
And then 2 seconds later, here comes Mando.
Right. It's just constant stuff like that adds little quips and little parts of humor into his character. So, and it's a really cool character because he's a complete badass at times, but also gives you some simultaneous humor that really kind of brings a little bit of a lighter air to the episode in what is a very intense episode in terms of the trials and tribulations that they have to go through and what's at stake.
Yeah, everything that's at stake here. You got to get the coordinates here to get Grogu back. So we see Boba with his fresh armor. He's looking nice here too, all decked out. And so Mando is able to convince Mayfield they need to get the Imperial protocols and clearances, so they need the coordinates for Moff Gideon's cruiser. Mayfield's like, no way. He figures that out, and he reconsiders, though, once he realizes that baby Grogu has been taken, and they need to get access to an internal Imperial terminal, and he knows that there's a secret mining hub, and Boba looks it up, and they're actually all on Slave One, which is really cool to see here. So they find out that this mining hub is mining highly explosive rhodonium, which is a big part of this episode because this entire area is sort of kind of covered with this. So it's a very explosive area all over the place. They have to be very careful when they're transporting things. And Mayfield, he's funny here. He's flirting and sort of joking with Cara Dune. They have a good little chemistry here. And they've got a nice crew stacked up with Cara, Mayfield, Boba, Fennec, and Mando. They go to check out this mining area. And the reason why they got Mayfield is because he is a former Imperial shooter. And he is able to give them all of the information they need here. He lets them know, if you get inside, you're going to have to scan your face. So pretty quickly, they're able to weed everybody out. Like Fennec can't go, Boba can't go, Cara can't go. So it's basically Mayfield going alone, or the Mando has to go with the chance that he might have to remove his helmet, which they know he won't do. But pretty quickly, Darin, we find out that he says, "I will go." And I mean, we've assumed Pedro Pascal with the like the hints they've given, and I think as soon as we heard from Bo-Katan and she told him that basically everything that you ever learned was not true, was sort of not real. We've been getting the feeling that we were going to have this moment sooner or later where he was going to remove the helmet.
Yeah. So the importance of this, people, this is one of those things we're like, oh, big, it's one of those Star Wars things. This guy has to wear a helmet. Well, the importance of this is that it shows the connection that Mando has to Grogu, that it has taken him to a different place, that kind of supersedes everything else, everything that he's been brought up, everything that he believes is a Mandalorian, the code that he is supposed to follow, this is the way. All of that is starting to take a back seat to, I need to get my son-type figure back, and he's going to do whatever it takes to do that. Now, it's one of the things that kind of I was wondering was when he takes his helmet off and he talks, like, what's he going to sound like? Like, I just kind of assumed that there was some kind of a, microphone voice, enhancing or voice muffling thing going on. But then he takes his helmet off and he sounds exactly the same.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay.
That's just him.
It takes you a while to kind of adjust to that. But yeah, I mean, he says he's going to do it, and lo and behold, you get to the point where he does do it. But a really cool another part of this is that, part of the Star Wars saga is the Empire is always around, even when it's not.
Yep.
And we always wondered, in those periods of time when the Empire had fallen, and we have the gap between Return of the Jedi and Force Awakens. Well, how did we go from Empire to New Order, or Empire to First Order? Like, how did we, how did that happen? How did they come about? What were they up to? This show fills in some of that gap, shows you, what was left of the Empire and where in the universe it was, and what they were doing to try to, rise back up. And this episode lends a small part of that story to us.
So they've got a plan now. They are going to hijack a Juggernaut, and Mando and Mayfield are now in Imperial armor. So the Stormtrooper, Mando it's pretty funny. This is another point when, Bill Burr, Mayfield is just giving him some quips. Oh, look at you. He's just, whoa, what would they say back on Mandalore?
The best thing for me was he's like, so is it like you can't just show your face, or you got to wear the same helmet?
Yeah.
Because there you are, I'm looking at you and you're wearing like the Stormtrooper helmet. So yeah, you're not showing your face, but it's not the same helmet. So what is it? Is it different? It was hysterical.
It's great. It's just great stuff. And this is when they have a little bit of a heart-to-heart, in the Juggernaut, as they are transporting rhodium. Cara Dune actually comes in. She attacks a couple of the troopers. That's how they get the armor. And so they were able to steal this Juggernaut, and they're on the way to drop off this rhodium so they can get to this mining hub so they can get the coordinates. So as Mayfield's talking to him, he is, he says a couple like really profound things, like some really smart stuff, everybody's got their lines they don't cross until things get messy. And he just talks about how, you're on where you are born and where you grow up, you believe one thing, and other people grow up somewhere else and they believe another thing. And now both the places that you grew up and someone else grew up are gone, and it's just real profound, prophetic type stuff. And what happens is while they're, having this conversation and he's kind of sort of spilling his guts to Mando, they get attacked by these pirates. Now they can hear on the radio that something is going on with some of these other Juggernauts, and they're all being attacked and they're blowing up. So they can see around them. There's chaos all over the place. And ironically, they're now working for the Empire, trying to fend off these pirates. And when just a few episodes prior to, they were on the opposite side, like the pirates stealing from the Empire.
Yeah. It's interesting because, Mayfield alludes to it at one point where they're, you talk about one of these moments of wisdom where he says to Mando, Empire and New Republic, it's all the same to these people.
Yeah.
Invaders on their land is all we are. They don't care if we're stormtroopers. They don't care if you're Jedi. Like, it's basic. And that's also a part of the Star Wars. There's people that say, well, you got the Empire and you got the Rebellion/Republic, and they're kind of fighting this war. But you always see like interactions with other people that kind of just want to be left alone.
They don't even know or care really what's going on. Yeah.
And Mayfield, it's another good Easter egg. It's something that comes up throughout the Star Wars saga where he's basically telling Mando, it doesn't matter to these people. It doesn't matter, who you are. It's if you're Empire or whatever, if you're New Republic, whatever, and he brings up some of the stuff about the Mandalorians, the wars that they fought, the people that died there, and if they had a choice and things like that. So it's a really interesting conversation. You get to these these interactions with the pirates. The shots are really cool. I think
like a total Western.
Yeah. I mean the surroundings, the terrain, everything that you're kind of seeing. They keep coming, and Mando at one point he thinks he's like got everybody beaten, then all of a sudden like about 4 or 5 more of those kind of flying things emerge, and the look on it, even though he's got a helmet on, you could almost see it being like, oh, come on.
And he doesn't have his armor here, so he doesn't have all of his fancy tools and everything. So we get a lot more him like hand-to-hand combat. He like throws a spear, and he's using the blaster, which is like Mayfield's like, what? Don't use the blaster around this, and
he was saying probably not the best idea to use that around this stuff.
It's like a video game too. And we've seen this a lot the last couple episodes where it's like the stormtroopers just keep coming, and then there's another wave of them and they keep coming. And then this one is like the pirates come and you look like they're fended off, and then boom, there's another wave of them, and boom, here's another wave of them. And the shots are really great. And this was really cool for a few minutes of just, Mando on top of this juggernaut as Mayfield's trying to drive him there and not go fast enough to where they'll ignite the explosives that they're carrying, because they can't go over a certain speed or else it's going to blow them all up, which we've seen a lot of the other juggernauts getting blown up, getting attacked. So they're in a very precarious situation here.
No, they are. I mean, and it's kind of like a juggling act. You have to fend off all of these pirates, which they're almost like some of their actions kind of look like sand people.
Mm-hmm.
The way that they're like raising those like spears or whatever over their head, it's almost like sand people, but there's other traits to them that are cool. The one thing that I found really funny about Mayfield. So, his role was he was an Imperial sharpshooter. I swear to God, Gino, up until this episode, I didn't think that existed.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because the one thing that stormtroopers are notoriously bad at is shooting people.
They miss everything.
Like if you watch all of these movies and everything that you could watch from the Star Wars,
they never hit anyone.
They never hit anybody ever. They just shoot. So the fact that an Imperial sharpshooter is actually a thing
is funny.
blew my mind, because I'm saying to myself, well, if they had this guy who, as you find out later in the episode, can pick off anybody, where the hell was he the whole time?
I know. This is hilarious. Yeah, that's really funny. It's something that didn't even think about it in that sense. But you're right. They just miss all over, and this is just a nice little bit of irony here as this next wave is showing up. Like Mando's fighting him off. He blows him up with a grenade at one point, and they get to the point where they're saved by the Empire. The stormtroopers come in, and they're able to make it back to the hub, and they get celebrated like the great soldiers who were the only one able to get their package transported across, and now they are in the hub. And Mayfield just wants to get in and out. He knows some of these guys. He's worked with some of these people, probably not all that well, but he was there a few years ago. So he still knows his way around. He knows what's going on. They just need to find a terminal so they can get the coordinates for Moff Gideon, and they can go try to find Grogu. But Mayfield does see someone that he knows. He sees Valen Hess, who was his former commander. And so Mayfield kind of wants to tiptoe around the area, and he tells Mando, if you go that way, you have to remove your mask. Mando goes that way. He takes the data stick, and he goes to a terminal. And when they scan his mask, he has to remove it. And for the first time, we see Pedro Pascal's face here. He actually does remove his mask. He gets his face scanned, and everything goes fine on the scan. He's able to put the data stick in, get the information he needs, but he just looks so awkward as he's walking around here. He doesn't know where he's going. He just stands out like a sore thumb in this spot. The supervisors are kind of looking at him like, who is it, you know? And so as he is getting the information, Valen Hess walks over to him and asks him, you know, who are you? And you know, asks him for his information, which Mando does not know and he can't get. So DZ, for the first time, we see him. He's kind of awkwardly trying to get the information. He's doing his best here, but he has no idea what or how to respond when he's asked some of these questions. Who are you? What department are you in? You know, he just obviously there's something off here.
So two things that this I thought this sequence of events was a cool callback to. The first one was as they were arriving successfully with the Juggernaut. You see the Empire or the Imperial, I should say, stormtroopers and whatnot celebrating, you know, saluting them, raising their hands, you know, which was kind of ironic, you know, that the Empire is welcoming these people in and happy to see them, congratulating them. So for me, that was kind of like a callback to at the end of episode 2 in the Clone Wars, when the clone army is being sent off to fight, they're technically at that moment the good guys. You know they're going to end up being the bad guys. And as they're being sent off, even though it is, you know, under the watchful eye of the Republic, they play the Imperial March in the background as they're marching onto the ships to go off the fight. So see, this was kind of like similar to that, as it was kind of like a twist of fate and a twist of irony.
The music was like in like a lighter way too.
Yes.
It's like it was like the good music, like their music, just like a good guy spin on it. It was like when a wrestler turns babyface from heel, right? You know, and they just tweak their music a little bit to sound like a little like remixed, and it was hilarious to see. You know, like you said, like the celebrations on this side, and we're so used to just seeing what we would think was the good side celebrating. We've never seen all of these guys and all of the guys that Mayfield has made us sort of realize throughout the episode, like these are the guys who do all the work and they're just regular guys.
Yep.
They don't really know what's going on with the top of the Empire, the top of the Rebellion, the top of the Republic. And they're the ones that are the foot soldiers that are out there day in, day out. So you kind of like you sort of look at these guys and sort of feel for them in a little bit of a different manner after all this stuff that Mayfield says here. And then the conversation that he has in just a moment when he has to come in and sort of save the day, because it looks like Valen Hess is about to figure out that there's something up with Mando, because he doesn't know how to respond. And that's when Mayfield walks over and says, "Oh, hey, this is my superior. He's just a little deaf, so he can't really respond." So he's able to sort of talk their way out of it. And then it sets up a really cool scene where they sit down and they're having a beer. So before they want to just get out of there, Mayfield just wants to get out. Mando they've got the information now. They've got the coordinates. They just have to get out. And Valen Hess realizes they're the two that brought that got the mission back successful, was able to transport the explosives. And so he wants to buy them a couple drinks. He's able to do so as they sit there. And that's when Mayfield has this really cool little monologue, and he goes off on a speech where he just gets everything off his chest and sort of talks about what he feels is wrong with the Empire, the experiences that he had with Valen Hess. And we see him sort of, this is like his face turn right here, right? Like this is basically where he, like between saving the Mando when he could have just left him to hang out to dry, right? I mean, if this guy was a bad dude, he didn't have to walk in there and save the situation. He could have just walked away, left Mando there to get slaughtered, you know, with all these guys around. But he had a turn of heart, like a turn and a change of heart right here at this moment.
Yeah, and the scene leading up to that, where, you know, Mando's getting questioned for his information, what brought me back to A New Hope when when Han Solo is down there in the prison ward, and he's talking to they have like the blasters going off, and he's talking to somebody up on the deck, and they're asking him for all of his information, and he ends up just shooting the thing out and saying, "Luke, we're gonna have company," you know. it was kind of the same thing where Mando has no idea what to say. But you're right. It's a really cool moment because you get the arc of the character in like a 90-second speech, which is really cool to see. Mando's kind of looking at him and shaking his head like, stop talking.
Damn it, this isn't part of the plan. Like
you're going off the. What are you doing? You're going to kill us all. That kind of thing. And then when he shoots him, it's just like, Mando's just kind of looking at him like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, oh God! Now everybody starts looking. Then there's again some of the humor that you get in Star Wars. There's like a stormtrooper who's just standing there getting his lunch with a tray, like looking. Because he just shot this guy right in front of him.
Like,
and he's like, the guy's just standing there with a tray, and it's
so
and this goes to your point, and we don't really know this about stormtroopers until Force Awakens with Finn, that they're just regular people, and you kind of get that impression here as you're looking at this guy stand there with his lunch tray, where he's like, oh shit, man, I was just getting my lunch. Now I got not to get shot, But yeah, that was a really cool scene. Obviously, they're gonna bust out of there, and of course, they're about to get help from some friends as well. But it is a really cool scene.
And he when he walks over, he says, "Oh, this is we call him Brown Eyes," which is really funny. And then he even gives a TPS report drop for like an Office Space shout out. So these guys are just so smart and funny, and they just know that when they drop things like that, people are going to go crazy. So that's hilarious there. Something that people were laughing at afterwards. And so we have Fennec and Cara, they're standing by outside, guarding the place with guns. They're just waiting for their moment. They've got their plan all set. And yeah, Mayfield goes off on this on that speech when he mentions Operation Cinder, and this was a day where obviously was a really bad day where they lost a lot of people. A lot of people just died in general on both sides, and this is sort of the event that Mayfield is talking about. That Valen Hess was in charge of all of this murder and everything that went on. Valen Hess actually says, that all the people who died are heroes of the Empire, and that's when Mayfield goes off on all the dead people on both sides and sort of sticks up for them. And Valen Hess says that the New Republic is in disarray. Everyone wants their freedom, but everyone says they want freedom, but they really want order. And as he raises up to the Empire, that's when he gets shot by Miggs Mayfield. Just puts one right in him, and what's cool too, right as they're about to escape, he grabs the helmet and he throws it over to Mando, and he says, "Hey, I'm not going to say anything. You did what you had to do. I never saw your face." And it's like, wow, just this guy is nothing snarky. Instead, something that's sort of changed. So the total arc of this character, in a 30-minute episode that we got here, they fight their way out. Boba's waiting to pick them up. Fennec and Cara Dune are just plucking troopers off as they're able to make their way. And as they fly off in Slave One, they're flying away with one shot. We see that the sniper here, Miggs Mayfield, just taking this entire place out. Boom, one quick shot, and the entire hub, the mining area, is up in smoke. And he just kind of looks around and says, "Hey, I had to do, everybody's got their breaking point, or everybody's got a moment." And this was really cool. This sort of finishes off his really cool arc, and they are flying off. Mando's got the coordinates. They land back. Another little cool thing that happens here, we see a seismic charge that Slave One lets out to just blast these Imperial fighters that are coming after him. And when they're kind of planning things out and deciding where to go next, they let Mayfield go free. Cara kind of looks over at Mando and says, I think the prisoner was killed, right? And they have a little moment and they let him go. So a really cool arc for this character, DZ. And I would, if the New Republic show is set up in this time period, I'd imagine we'll see Cara and she may, like the way she was looking at him after he shot that awesome shot. It feels like she may need to enlist him for some help somewhere down the line if she's going to be in it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I want to talk a little bit more about Operation Cinder, which is brought up.
Please do.
So Operation Cinder is actually a really big deal. And if you study Star Wars, Operation Cinder is part of what was a contingency plan of Palpatine, aka, of course, the Emperor. Palpatine believed that if he were to die, that the Empire should be stripped down to nothing and rebuilt from the ground up. He believed that he was the Empire in its entirety, and without him, there was no Empire. So Operation Cinder is actually kind of the destruction of the Empire within itself. And what I mean by that is that it is a focus on Imperial planets, Naboo, Vardos, and a few others. And all of those planets are supposed to be destroyed by strikes from the Empire's satellites. And then after the destruction of all these planets, any of those that remained loyal to the Empire would then be kind of tasked with building it back up again in the unknown region. So kind of like what we talk about, the Empire is always around out there on the outskirts doing its thing, but you don't really see it. So that kind of gets tied into that. So, Vardos was one of the planets that they attacked. Naboo actually escaped it. Leia was involved in helping save Naboo. There's a whole lot of cool stuff there with the New Republic and what goes on. And eventually they rise up and they stop Operation Cinder from really going completely, to the limit. But the focal point of why Operation Cinder is such a punch to the gut from Mayfield, it's not that it was just a battle in which the Empire lost a lot of people. It was the Empire killing its own people. And that's what Mayfield's talking about. Mm-hmm. And that's why that monologue is so important. And by the way, you can actually play a video game. I think it's Battlefront 2, where you could play through Operation Cinder.
Yeah, so, this is something that we see as a big deal throughout Star Wars, is that, on the in the Empire, them having zero regard for the people under them. Mm-hmm. Right? Like we've seen this in just so many different ways, from the very top with Vader, and just all the way down to it's just whoever's underneath me, meaningless. You're just a sacrificial lamb. You're just part of, heroes of the Empire doing everything for the Empire, but it doesn't really matter who the hell you are. Which is just, it's a great evil. It's like a great motto, a great mantra for the evil side to have. It makes it very easy in a weird way, because we've been talking in this episode about how they've been making the bad side sort of look good. But when you have something like that, it makes it very easy and very black and white to just define good and bad. And that's just that's an age-old tale, right? We see it in everything, good versus bad. That's what's so cool about Star Wars. It really is just, the dark side versus the light side here. And great stuff as we get to see them in Slave One all over the place, and Boba doing his thing. And as Mayfield heads off free, Mando now has the coordinates, and he sends Moff Gideon a hologram.
Yeah.
Oh, similar to the hologram that Moff Gideon sent to him earlier. And he quotes him in many different ways, but there are just a couple very small changes in that he personalizes it a lot more, and he talks about he instead of it as a thing. He mentions he doesn't say Grogu, but he says he, and he says, Moff Gideon, you have something I want. You may think you have some idea of what you are in possession of, but you do not. Soon he will be back with me. He means more to me than you will ever know. And this was just a kind of a goosebumps moment, because for the first time we really hear him say this out loud. We know how much Grogu means to Din, to Mandalorian, but he's never gone and said it like this. It's just he's always looking for him. Everybody knows he's with him. They understand the relationship, but he's never come out and said this. And this sort of sets off a new line of thinking in that, wow, is he even worried now or concerned about getting Grogu to the Jedi, to wherever he has to go? Or is he just missed this kid so much that is this just going to be like he wants to get him back so it can just be them two again? We really see this father-son relationship come out in the last couple episodes where Din is letting it, like helping Grogu and using the Force with him and sort of teaching him along the way. But this moment was really powerful in like, wow, he loves this kid and he will get him back.
Yeah, and one of the things you need to realize, obviously, with Grogu being kind of the focal point of a lot of what's happening. So, Ahsoka kind of like gave us a lot of information, obviously, on what Grogu is. You find out that him and Yoda are basically two of a kind. It sounds like nobody has ever seen any of these creatures other than Yoda and Grogu.
And we only really know in Star Wars, like in the extended universe, of one other, right? Of Yaddle?
Yaddle, correct, yes. So it's kind of interesting that it seems that these particular creatures are very hard to find, or just, we don't know how they come about. We don't know where they're from. They're still extremely mysterious. So there's still so much more to learn about the importance of Grogu. I mean, you would assume at some point that Yoda is going to become, involved from a story standpoint, that this, at the time, Grogu is almost 50 years old, I think, but that's still an infant for this particular,
breed. Yeah.
Yeah. We're assuming that there's going to be something that happened where they hid him or protected him or for some reason, so you would think that they were hiding him from the Empire is what you have to think is what happened.
Sort of for why the Empire's looking for him now, to gain
Correct.
him, to gain access to someone, even if it's not, they didn't think they were going to clone him, even just for the, hey, turning this guy to the dark side.
Correct. And by the way, you also get, the badass moment, when they do get Grogu, where Moff Gideon shows him the Darksaber. Have you seen, does this look familiar? I forget what the words are. So obviously, it kind of implied that Grogu has seen that before, because the way that he presented it to him, there's a connection there. Mm-hmm. So there's still a lot of stuff going on that we don't yet know about, that's going to be at the crux of all of this in regards to Grogu's connection to the Jedi, to the Republic, what his importance is, why exactly they're looking for him, what they want to do with his, blood or DNA or whatever it is, the experiments that they're planning on doing. There's still a lot more to unravel. And the fact that they've been able to lay this out so well, while also creating the storyline of a Mandalorian showing such compassion and emotion towards a creature of a whole other kind, it's really been extremely well done.
And we had a full episode where we did not get any Grogu, zero Baby Yoda whatsoever. This wasn't one where we got like massive character reveals, although you were talking about the importance of, Operation Cinder and some things that we find out about in here. But we didn't get any like long awaited story reveals like the last couple episodes, but this was still a really good, really important episode. They got everything they needed. We got just an outstanding job from Bill Burr in being a comedian and coming in and being someone who is in a couple scenes and you're the comedic relief. That's one thing, but he had a couple pretty powerful scenes today that were like serious, that got emotional, that were able to like drive that. And I think he did a damn good job in this episode, and it sets us up for a really, really cool episode, season finale of season 2, as it looks like Mando is sort of building an Avengers type team to go after Moff Gideon and try to get Grogu back.
No, yeah. So you have to wonder how they're going to go about doing that. My line of thinking is we're probably heading towards Boba Fett is going to end up sacrificing himself for Grogu. I think that's a distinct possibility at some point down the line. But the other thing that kind of creeps in my mind is, where we ended up going with episodes 7, 8, and 9, and what ended up happening in Rise of Skywalker, and the fact that you find out that the Emperor was really, back all along and pulling all the strings, a part of me wonders, are they going to tie that into what's happening here at all? Are we going to see, possibly some of the things that are going on behind the scenes in the outer rims or in the outskirts where he is kind of just starting to plant his seeds and plot, the creation of, Snoke and the cloning and all the, the dark magic that was going on and stuff. So this is what's great about Star Wars, right? There's so many things that they can do that you almost demand it that they give it all to you. Like you want everything to tie everything together and just kind of like put a ribbon on everything. But at the same time, it's never going to happen. So it always leaves you going, okay, they gave me this and this.
But I want a little more. What's next?
What the hell happened over here?
What's next? Yeah, where am I going farther? Like, how much farther into the story can I go, and how much, more in the more recent terms, and in the farther back before everything even started, which is just, it's great. This world is really unlike any other world that has ever been created before, and it feels like with Filoni and Favreau having the reins here. It feels like Star Wars fans are in really good hands in the near future, because if anything, these guys, not only do they want to tie all the stories together, but just to give a minute or two before we finish up, DZ, on like some of the announcements they talked about and all of the new shows coming at Disney Plus in the next few years. I mean, we're talking the Obi-Wan Kenobi they've had in the works for a while, the New Republic show, there's Andor, and then Ahsoka is one that everybody's very, very interested in. Season 3 of The Mandalorian will be coming out next year. I mean, there's a ton going on there. It feels like these guys respect everything. And hell, not only do they respect it, they almost want to redeem everything. They're bringing Hayden Christensen back to play Darth Vader to kind of let him get some of those demons out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously episodes 1, 2, and 3 were not critically or publicly very well received. And I mean, look, we could have an entire podcast on that. I'm conflicted on that because I respect the fact that they had a lot of storytelling and a lot of developing to do in those movies. And they had to, explain a lot of how we got to episodes 4, 5, and 6. But you're right about what you say in terms of, especially Favreau and where he can take this. But, I mean, you see them, they're coming out with a Lando, and you're going to find out what he was up to. Andor is going to be fascinating because that's going to take place kind of right before Rogue One took place, which for my money, and this, maybe a hot take and something we could discuss at one point. For my money, Rogue One is the best Star Wars feature film.
And they got a Rogue Squadron in the works too, right?
They have a Rogue Squadron in the works too. Rangers of the New Republic is going to be fascinating. Obviously, Ahsoka. You talked about Hayden Christensen coming back to kind of get rid of some of those demons, and we get him as Vader again, which is going to be fascinating. So there is so much to be excited about. And if it is anything at all like what they've done with The Mandalorian, we have a lot to look forward to.
And fill in the gaps. We'll do sort of what you said. We'll have some podcasts some days where we go over the movies. We'll go through some of the old movies, recap those, give some of our thoughts on them. So pretty soon, with all this stuff coming out, I've been very lucky with you, with Matt, who we had on last week, with Peter, who we had on a couple of weeks ago, to have some really, really good Star Wars guests to bring on to talk about all of this stuff as it comes out. So DZ, man, thank you so much. This was great. You answered all the questions for me and all the people out there who have some questions to ask, and now we're set up for a really cool season finale, and I look forward to bringing you back on at the afterwards, and we can sort of recap everything that happened in season 2 and talk about what we expect moving forward in season 3.
Yeah, listen, it's always great to talk these storylines. I appreciate you having me on. The one thing I'll tell the listeners out there is when it comes to Star Wars, don't get frustrated if you are left with questions. Don't feel like you missed something. Don't feel like you don't understand enough. That's what this saga is supposed to do. And there will be answers to some of your questions that you will find at some point. And it's funny. I'll leave you with this. I got a haircut last week, and I'm listening to a conversation with one of the barbers next to me, and he's saying how he just found out that Vader was Luke's father.
Yeah.
I said, wait, what? And so the guy that cuts my hair is a huge Star Wars guy, and he goes, dude, he just watched Empire for the first time.
That's great. He's got a whole lot ahead of him.
I was like, I am so jealous of you that you don't know anything that's going to happen. Like, so it just goes to show you that there's still people out there that are just getting into it, which is kind of cool.
Darin Zoccali, a great follow on social media too. You'll get some New York Giants football stuff, lots of horse racing stuff, thoroughbred and harness stuff, really all sports stuff overall. WWE, Star Wars. Where can we follow you on social media, DZ?
Yep, Twitter at the Trek7. All the things that you mentioned. Always happy to talk racing. Obviously, NFL season. My Giants right now, at the time of this recording, are 5-8, so things are looking a little less bright than they were a week ago, but
still in the mix.
Still in the mix. So at least we're still playing meaningful football games, and we certainly didn't think that would be the case 4 or 5 weeks ago. So yeah, we'll be out there. I've been real big into Turfway Park. I love the racing there this meet. It's high quality, big fields. I'm a big synthetic guy. I have a lot of stats and a lot of information that I'll be putting out on Turfway throughout the meet. So you can always catch up with me on Twitter to get all that stuff.
Big thanks to Darin. As always, folks, do not go anywhere. There's plenty more on this episode of That's What G Said. Every week, Mandalorian getting better and better and better. Thanks to DZ for helping us out, talking about Season 2, Episode 7. Only one more left in the season, and we will have hopefully a couple guests to recap that one next week. We'll talk everything happened in Season 2 and some predictions moving forward for Season 3. We're going to get to the closing segment where we talk Selena with my friend David Rea. Before we do, want to let you know about Cindy Carava, full-service realtor. Cindy Carava, the website cindycarava.com. She can help you out with anything you need in the world of real estate. Selling, purchasing, leasing. She can take care of that for you in the San Gabriel Valley, North San Diego County, Del Mar, Solana Beach, Rancho Santa Fe. Free market analysis of your home's value if you're just looking to find out how much your home is worth. The website, cindycarava.com. You can find her on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, reviews about her on Yelp and Zillow. But the website, cindycarava.com. Easiest way where you can find all of the contact information, all of her listings, Carava. Cindy is one of the kindest and most genuine people you will ever meet. When you're dealing with moving, anything in this field, it's not fun. There's so many different things you have to worry about. Let Cindy take care of it for you. cindycarava.com for all of your real estate needs. Here we go. It's time to talk some Selena with my buddy David Rea. Como la flor, con tanto amor, me diste tu de marchita hoy, me valor, yo sé perder. Oh, no, ay, como me duele. Okay, I promise that's all. Let's get to the interview with David. Okay, we're going to get into a little TV show recap. Mainly, we're going to talk about what happened in the new show Selena on Netflix, compare that a little bit to the movie. I am a sucker for Selena. I absolutely love her in general. I think her story is really incredible and so sad. She's just so talented, beautiful, creative, young girl on the rise, crossover star. And of course, one of the reasons why I love Selena was because one of my really good friends growing up and a family I was close with was the Rea family. Have known David Rea since I think first grade when we were like 5 or 6 years old. And I swear, as I welcome in David Rea, because he's going to talk with me about this, I swear, David, I don't know if I was ever at your house when Selena was not on in the background playing the movie Selena. How are you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Awesome. So, yeah, it was just a total mainstay over at your house. And the cool thing about the movie Selena was it was funny There's all these super memorable scenes in it. It told the story of Selena, who's this larger than life character who, was such a sad ending, and it's J-Lo. I mean, right? Like the movie is really good. So that's kind of what's hard for the show is it's got a tough, it's like a tough thing to live up to with a really good movie.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you that. I mean, yeah, you do have J-Lo. I mean, I'm a big fan of Edward James Olmos.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so, yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, I was really excited that the series was going to be brought to Netflix. But as you mentioned, I mean, going up against the movie, especially at that time, too, back in the 90s. And then, again, having that cast, I mean, J-Lo, I mean, everybody knows J-Lo, especially now. I mean, it's a little bit hard, but
yeah. And you could tell because what the show here. So some of the main background for those of you who are maybe listening and don't know a whole lot about Selena in general. So she was Selena Quintanilla. She was a pop music singer. She sang mostly the Tejano music, and she was getting really popular late 80s, early 90s. I'm sort of reading through some things from Shea Serrano, who does a really good job on The Ringer and in covering stuff, and he talked a lot about Selena here. But what was crazy about her is just she was so popular, David. They have an example here. Like in 2015, MAC Cosmetics released an official Selena line of makeup, and it became their greatest selling makeup collaboration of all time. Like it outsold Rihanna, Mariah Carey, and all these other ones. So she's still been so popular years later. She was only 23. And then when she passed away, the album that she'd been working on, Dreaming of You, was released actually debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200. And that was the first time ever for a Latin artist. And so, I mean, we're just talking about someone who was on the rise. That one, as any good artist too, what's the key, David? Like popular songs, right? Catchy songs. She's got a bunch of them. Coma La Flor is the one, and then even the crossover here where they talked about like how many times have I probably annoyed you late at night when all the world is like they knew how to make music.
She killed it. I mean, she killed
it just like.
And I mean, you throw everything else in, like you mentioned, the makeup. I mean, we're talking over 2 decades later. It's like, come on, like how do you even compare that with other stars or other singers? I mean, it's unbelievable. So
the difference really between the show and the movie is the show is actually produced by the family. And so the family has a lot of say in what goes on. You can really tell too, because they seem like they want to tell a little bit of a different story. And I'm not quite probably a lot of the critics, a lot of things I read, people that didn't necessarily love the show as much as the movie. I think it's sort of hard because one, the show is still not complete. Right. Yeah. It's only part 1 that we've seen. So we didn't see them tell the full story quite yet. And 2, I think it feels like they wanted to tell like what happens in real life. Sometimes real life is kind of boring, sure. Like they're not giving us that flashy, like pizzazz stuff that we sort of got with the movie, which I think is good and bad. Like it just sort of felt like they wanted to tell a different story. Right. We get a lot more about the family here than even Selena.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
I
think that's good, and I don't want to say bad, but it's just different.
Yep.
Yeah, you have a story to tell in under 2 hours or so, and then you have a series where they can kind of dive into a little bit more like nitty gritty, kind of go into some of the other characters, some of the other family members, which that's something that I like about the series.
I completely agree, and it's probably, I was thinking about this too, like from their perspective. It's got to be sort of hard to tell her story, right? Like the story of your daughter or your sister that's lost, young. It's probably not the easiest thing to do, right? Because you don't you want to portray her in this really glowing light, and you don't really see her like fight or struggle a lot. You see more of that even in the movie.
Yeah.
Where like J-Lo is a little more controversial, a little more and we sort of like it, like even the scenes where she's like making fun of AB, what is going on here, and the scenes with Chris and stuff, like we don't. It's like they sort of want to portray her to be not quite I don't want to say controversial, because she never seemed like she was mean or anything like that, but you know what I mean? Like they're trying to like make her seem a little different, it feels like.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, one thing that I also kind of was taking back from it, the difference that I saw in the series versus like the movie, and again, this is only part one, but I mean, when she passed away, she was what, like 23?
Yeah.
So I mean, first part of the series, we're talking a kid, teenage, that's, you know, on the road with their family doing the singing and all of that. It's just different because, yeah, we kind of saw like the progression a little bit in the movie, going through her teens, but not really where they kind of dived and like showed her in school and, you know, that she was homeschooled.
The struggles, the family.
Yeah, there's just the struggles of the family. So I definitely like that aspect because
Me too.
You know, showing a teenager going through something like that, I mean, that's not like an everyday life of a teenager.
Yeah,
You know?
and I think like you and I kind of feel the same in that, like, I'm not looking at this as like an either or. I kind of use like the movie and sort of like they're two things that are separate but together. I think they're trying. Feels like they're really trying to fill in a lot of the blanks too.
Yeah.
Like maybe, like you said, like those times on the road, seeing the band come together a little bit more. I think one of the like we don't really get though what we get in the movie is the scenes that we get that stand out to me in the show. There's a couple that are meaningful. We get like when AB goes to the concert and he's sort of like realizing and figuring out like how music is made. He's kind of like hearing it for the first time, and then he writes the lyrics. Or Suzette with the young girl who comes up and tells her like, I've always wanted to be like you. We get the stuff with the family like sleeping on the floor together, you know, in that small room. In the movie, it seems like we get the scenes, but they're funnier, you know, and they sort of like, I mean, there are 4 or 5 scenes in the movie like that are just all-time classics. I mean, when you start with the anything for Selena scene, I mean, dude, you and I don't know how many times anything for Selena. I mean, that was just such a classic scene.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think I had just posted on social media when they had dropped the series, you know, anything for Salinas.
Yeah. And then he's telling it. I almost like when AB is telling his dad about it right after. He's like, Dad, you should have seen these guys, man, these cholos with their tattoos and everything. And they were just like, anything for Salinas. And they said it with like an S, you know, with Salinas. And they wanted to put it up on the wall like a trophy. It was like that's a classic one. And I think you kind of hit it. It's sort of hard when we're comparing like Olmos and J-Lo, who are two incredible performers, to a cast who is good, right? They're not bad at all. It's just the two people that we're talking about that really kind of steal the show in Selena, you know, J-Lo and Olmos.
Yeah.
They are the ones that are like a part of all of those memorable scenes.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I agree.
Some of the other ones that we've always like do the washing machine, you know, at the very beginning when they're dancing out there, and something that is actually pretty cool. So in the movie Selena, when they have the scene when they're the kind of the pretty woman scene when she's in the mall and the woman they're in the really fancy store buying the dresses, and the woman is kind of treating her like crap and telling her, you know, what are you looking at, and you can't afford that type of thing. Well, the girl who plays Selena's friend is actually the same actress who in the TV show plays Selena's mom.
Yes, I thought that was
which
awesome.
is super cool. Like 30, you know, that was 1997 when the movie came out. So we're talking, you know, 25 years later, this woman who was in the original movie is now in the show in a completely different role, which is like super cool. Just another little inside thing. And a couple more. I mean, this is something we sort of hear about a little bit more when in the show they talk a lot about how important it is for her to learn the Tejano music and to learn the Mexican music, and she doesn't even know how to speak Spanish really when she's young. But the one classic scene too that's so great with Olmos in the movie is when they're driving, you know, and he's telling them how they've got to be more Mexican than the Mexicans and more American than the Americans. It's exhausting, you know, and that's just like, that's a scene that they could do the same exact scene in the show, but if it wasn't Olmos, it just wouldn't come off the same way, right?
At all, no way.
Here talking with one of my all-time best buddies, David Rea, who I've known for years. Very happy to have him joining me on That's What G Said. We're going through a little bit about Selena and how the show and the movie compare, and what a big deal she has been really, the last 25, 30 years or so. She was so popular coming up into the late 80s and then into the early 90s, and was crossing over and was about to become an even bigger star. Some of the other things I sort of dislike, like you said, I love that we find out more about AB, more about Abraham, a little bit more about Suzette even. I think that's a really cool aspect of it. Yeah. I don't like the way Chris comes off in the show.
Yeah.
I think in the movie he just comes off like a lot cooler, but he just seems very I don't know, blah.
Yeah, something kind of lost, or something.
He doesn't connect, and I don't know if it's the actors don't have as much of a chemistry, but the the scenes between Chris and Selena in the movie with J-Lo, those scenes were I thought they were in love.
Oh yeah, you can definitely feel it
100%. When they're on the bus, or when they're just having the pizza and the hot sauce and stuff, and they're laughing with each other, they felt like there was a connection there.
Yeah, I agree.
And this one felt maybe a little bit more forced. But I don't want it to seem like I dislike the show. David and I really love the movie quite a bit, and so it's like you hit it the best. It's different, and you have to kind of use it as a companion piece. Don't look at it and say, this isn't as good as the movie, and we can't really judge something that isn't completely done yet. It's still not a finished piece, just part one. We're only up to 1990 right now, so she's not even a big star yet in the show. We're going to get to see more of her as a superstar and more of the drama, because David, they sort of teased it at the very end of the first season. They only just introduced Yolanda.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to get to that, because when I finished, I just finished it just recently, and I was kind of wondering how they were going to kind of leave, the part one. And I was really shocked that was the cliffhanger right there.
Yeah.
The bus scene, Abraham finding out about Selena and Chris. And I mean, again, we already kind of know the history. We've seen it in the Selena movie. But it was just done a little bit differently, and that's fine. I mean, I enjoyed it, but it totally caught me off guard. I was not expecting that to be the cliffhanger.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking that they were going to kind of set it up for season 2 or part 2, but I didn't think it was going to be just bam, smack in your face, this is it,
And kind of a cool story about the actual movie itself. So the woman who played Yolanda in the movie Selena, Lupe Ontiveros, she was actually in the movie Chuck and Buck with me. And so I remember talking to her about being in Selena afterwards, and she was telling us, me and my dad, how she would get death threats.
Oh my God.
After playing this character, and she would walk down the street and people would just give her dirty looks.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people wouldn't be able to sort of associate the difference between the fact that she was playing that character and it's just to show you how much Selena was loved. Even years after she passed away, people would see the actress that played the woman who killed her in the movie and sort of think something. I mean, that's when you're so infatuated with someone, and we see fans, and the word fanatic comes from being a crazy fan of someone, and that's sort of what had happened. Just crazy. And I feel bad for the woman who played in Chuck and Buck, from talking to her in Chuck and Buck, she was also the woman who was she was also in Goonies and in As Good as It Gets. So she had a really, she was a big soap actress, but it just shows you, David, this, the long afterwards, there's still, with the makeup stuff that happened 5 years ago, now the new show, and we know there's at least one more season coming out from here. People are still so interested in her. And from your family is just one example of as one who Selena wasn't too cool for your younger sister or your older brothers or your mom or your dad. She kind of hits it for everyone, right? She's got the talent. She's good looking, and she's cool. She's sweet. She's fun. That's what makes her so fascinating. She really checks all the boxes.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, I would never even imagine that, from seeing the movie back in the 90s. I mean, 20 years later, and there's now the series. Like, I'm watching that with my 11-year-old son.
That's cool, right? Like, that's when we talked about it. You had said, I'm watching with my son, and I remember thinking, wow, like literally you and I were watching that movie 20 years ago, and that's so, to me, that's really cool about that's one of the coolest things about like all the streaming services nowadays, and just the amount of TV and stuff out there. This might have not even been like possible 20 years ago, right?
Sure.
To put a series out there, because where would it have been? Would it have been something that's like a TV special that you get over a month, like parts here and there, or you maybe, like you said, in a movie, it would be like a movie. You'd have to cut it down to 2 hours, so we'd only get like a broad story. It's cool. Like more Selena stuff is fine with me if it's more about the family, about the beginning, about what happened afterwards. She just fascinates me. I know you and your family too, and it's like I didn't get upset, or I tried not to like critique this while I was watching it. Afterwards, for our conversation, it was more about what I liked, what we liked, what we didn't. But I enjoyed this. I'll go back and, Stephanie hasn't quite finished it yet, so I'm watching it again with her so she can rewatch it too. And I'm looking forward to how do they do part 2 now, right? Like, are they going to get more into Selena now is it going to be more about her death, or are we still going to just kind of get a little bit of that? In the movie, we didn't find out a whole lot about how Yolanda came into the mix either.
Yeah. So, like, she was already there. She was introduced, and then it was like bang, 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 and like end of the movie.
Yeah. We never found out what we found out here, that she sort of kind of, volunteered to be here, and she gained the trust of the family kind of up the inside, and she even started where she was like such a big part, and she was in charge of all these different things for them. So I'm interested in that. And I like this. This is a fun. I don't like saying, it's sad to say the word fun when you're talking about Selena, because it obviously ends with sad. But they want this to be fun, right? Yeah. They don't want you to be thinking like tragic. It's almost crazy, because watching all of this, in the movie, like you said, we know what's happening, we know what's coming. In the movie, we sort of get some flashes here and there. But like, if you were just watching this TV show, not knowing the history of Selena, you would have no idea what's coming by the tone of the show.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's very like, and that's what they want. They want to tell the story of their daughter, their sister, who obviously they feel like was just like, and like as close to perfect as possible. And that's how she's been portrayed, honestly, in a lot of their stuff. And that's how everyone was around her that kind of felt. And, a little bit more before we let David get out of here. Some of the cool stuff about the movie too, David, just when I was reading back and looking back, was I think it's such a big deal because of the story that it tells about Selena. But this was also like the breakout movie for J-Lo.
Oh, 100%. Yep.
She became, and I think right after this, she did like Anaconda, and then she became like the money she was making for like a Latina star. So that's another fascinating thing too, is almost like Selena was, or by having this movie about her life, she was helping pave the way for other big stars.
Oh yeah, I mean, it put J-Lo on the map for sure. I mean, I think she would have probably been a star either way, but this definitely kind of gave her a big push in that direction and just kind of jump-started everything.
I almost felt that a couple times watching the show, and maybe this isn't quite fair, because I thought the girl who plays Selena, Christian Serratos, did a really good job, and it's not tough. I mean, it's not an easy thing. It's tough, especially when you're going to be watching the movie Selena, because there are some times where it almost feels like she's playing the J-Lo playing Selena, right?
Yeah.
There are some scenes, but she does a good job. She gives you sort of like more of a childlike, kid-like, because that's what she is. We haven't seen really Selena grow up quite into the woman. Now, keep in mind, she was only 23 when she passed, so she's never really like a grown full. She's still a girl who's growing on the road, who's learning from her family. And I like this a lot, David. I thought this was cool. I thought this was fun. There are plenty of things on TV that I'll turn on and I'll stop watching soon. This was not the case with this. It's just when you watch it now, if you haven't watched it yet and you're listening to our recap, or maybe if you have, just maybe like go into it with sort of a different mindset in that this isn't trying to be the movie exactly. It's going to give you something different.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. And I kind of went in with the same expectations because it's kind of ironic because I was actually Googling, I think it was the night before it was supposed to be released because I was trying to find out the release time when I can, start watching on Netflix. And I was already immediately seeing pop-ups on Google on everybody just kind of like bashing it, and that everybody was kind of comparing it already to the original movie. And I was kind of like, I don't want to do that because I do want to watch it and I want to enjoy it. And I'm not going to go into it trying to compare it to another movie. You can't, they don't have J-Lo, they don't have Almost, you can't do that. And I mean, you can, everybody's entitled to their own opinions. But I mean, if you go in being open-minded and just interested in learning just a little bit more about her life and her family, I mean, I think it's a good watch. 100%.
Yeah, and it's sort of hard to like argue with the story that's being told by the family.
Yeah.
It's like,
exactly.
This is the story they're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to tell them that like we want it to be a little flashier and more exciting or whatever. So I think they probably looked at it and said, hey, we got a good commercial movie that was popular, that it was what people, that was going to make money, and that's what the studios wanted, and people went out and saw. And I'm sure I don't think they were like upset about the way that Selena was portrayed in the movie with J-Lo, but they just wanted to give more of what got her to being that superstar here, all the struggles, the stuff with the family, what the family sacrificed, what Selena sacrificed too, right? There was some cool scene where she's at the carnival sort of with her mom, and she's kind of telling her mom like, I don't really care that I'm not out hanging with my friends. Like, I enjoy doing this. Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure those conversations were probably genuine. I don't think those were fabricated. I don't think they're like making up the fact that she really cared about the music, and I think she believed in herself, and they all really believed in her.
Yeah, I agree.
David Rea, one of my all-time good buddies. Dude, I appreciate you hanging out a little bit with me. I know you've got a full house there. You got a couple young ones. You've always got stuff going on. With the holidays coming up, I hope you and the family all have a great one. Please tell your mom, your dad, and brothers, everybody I said hello. Love you, buddy.
I will, absolutely, man. Love you too. Thanks for having me.
Next, so when this one comes back out again, we'll have to talk about season 2, see where they picked up some things that are, where the last few years of Selena's life and how they treated everything around her tragic passing, all the stuff with Yolanda. So yeah, moving forward, I'm interested in season 2. I'm definitely going to be watching it, and I'll have to get you back here so we can talk about it.
Absolutely, can't wait, man.
That was David Rea, one of my good buddies. I think David is probably on the short list. I think he's along with Tyler Herringer as like a couple of the guests that I've known longer than anyone that have been on my show. Known David now for, coming up on 30 years. We are some old men. Folks, Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be right back with plenty more on That's What G Said. What a show, what a show, what a show. And yeah, that's really only part 1. We're going to have another show coming out for you very shortly. But a big thank you to Dave talking NBA with us, Brian talking Stable Duel. We had Selena with David Rea, Friday Racing with Craig Milkowski, the Mando with Darin, Zoccali. Big thank you to all the sponsors. Remember, if you can, subscribe, download, rate, review the show, share it around with your friends, and support those sponsors. If you're looking for NFL, don't worry, we got that for you on the next episode. Every single game covered for Week 15 with Paul Bovey. We're going to talk about the 6 stakes races at Fairgrounds with Emily Gullickson. Everything for Saturday, all 6 of those stakes races at Fairgrounds, we've got them covered for you with Emily. WWE Tables, Ladders, and Chairs preview. We're going to talk about the match card coming up for that this weekend. We're also going to go back in time to 2016. It's going to be a Royal Rumble Old Wrestling rewatch with Andrew Champagne and Darin Zoccali, and we recap episode 2 of Shameless. All of that on the next episode of That's What G Said, and go look for it, folks, because it will be out soon. So if you need help with any of those other things, or you're looking for the football plays, Saturday Fairgrounds, all taken care of for you on the next episode.
Say